And I certainly want to keep track of your progress and successes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else?
Tenenbaum?
Good morning, Board. Sean Tenenbaum, Superintendent for San Mateo High School District. Just wanted to share a few comments this morning. We've got some exciting times in the high school district. On May 30th, the Board of Trustees endorsed our project palette for Measure U funds. Want to thank the voters again for their endorsement and support. We're looking right now in architectural design for everything south of Nash Road, which would encompass a brand new science building, a new classroom for growth, a new aquatic center, stadium, practice fields, and an ASB conversion with a student union and cafeteria that sits right on Nash Road. On behalf of the district, we look forward to working with the county on the construction of the bypass road. We look forward to sitting at the table in the next few weeks, we hope, to get that project moving. And we look forward to having good collaborative discussions as we continue to move forward for the safest environment possible for our students and staff. Just a quick reminder to the county board, we have close to 3,000 students on our campus, just a little over 300 employees, and on any given day between our north of Nash Road and south of Nash Road, we have over 11,000 crossings on Nash Road. So just to urge the safety aspect of having Nash Road closed and how much the bypass road means to us as far as having the safest environment possible for our students, our staff, and our overall school community. Again, we look forward to collaborative discussions. Invite all the board to come and check out our new projects and sit down with the district, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bill Tiffany?
Thank you, Board. Just as a quick follow-up to what our new superintendent said, I'm appearing on behalf of the high school Board of Trustees, and I would just like to thank and compliment this board for its willingness to begin working with other public agencies for the betterment of this community. As you know, several months ago, the county, the city, and the high school district entered into an interagency agreement which is going to allow for the development of a regional park and provide for daytime closure of Nash Road. And I think, as you also know, the basic plan that underlied that agreement took literally years to work out. And my understanding is that the terms of the agreement took everyone's respective lawyers several months to get through. But in the end, and because of everybody's hard work and everyone's basic goodwill, we now have a blueprint from which to proceed. The school district has already been able to follow through or begin to follow through on our master plan facility, which is, Mr. Sean Tenenbaum mentioned, relocates the center of our campus. It's allowing us to look forward to putting in some new structures, replacing some aging structures that have been there in some cases over 60 years. And it's going to allow us to greatly improve our ability to teach young people at that school. But I would say that even more important and more from a community's point of view, this agreement and the underlying plan is going to improve the safety of the many young people, the teenager population of this community that crosses Nash Road every day. And secondly, it's going to allow this county to develop a sorely needed regional park. That park is going to benefit everyone in this community. It's going to allow this community to start looking like some others that are nearby that have nice parks. If you go down below in the land where this county is going to be able to obtain for that park, everybody's going to be able to see its potential. It's nice and flat. It's nice and spread out. It's ready to be developed into a really pleasant park that everyone can enjoy it. So I thank you. And like Mr. Tannenbaum said, I hope that we proceed quickly. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill. Anyone else?
Marty Richmond.
Marty Richard from Hollister. I have education on the agenda too. It just so happens today. I want to take a minute to congratulate all the graduates of the colleges, the graduates of the high school, the graduates of the elementary school, the graduates of Gavilan. It's amazing. More than 160 members on the Gavilan Dean's List and the President's List live in Hollister. That's an amazing number. The total number of persons on the Dean's List and the President's List at Gavilan from Morgan Hill and San Jose combined was 108. We had 161. And I really congratulate them because the public pays 80 or 90% of whatever it costs to go to junior college, but they did the work. There's no question they did the work. They made the Dean's List. They made the President's List. And so they've paid us back. But it just goes to show you what the demand is for education here. And unfortunately, we don't have at the college level what we deserve to have here. And you've heard me speak about this before. And I hope in the coming year, you will do some real arm twisting with Gavilan, who we paid, we will wind up putting $27 million in that bond on the promise that we were getting an education center, which we do not have. So the demand is here. You don't have to say, where am I going to go find my customers? The customers are here. They're going to school. They're doing well. Why do we make them take that trip? There's no reason. We should have an education center here. And by the way, an education center and education is a big part of the economic growth of any area. It's what people look for before they move in. It's what companies look for when they move in. It employs people, and it sets the tone for the future. So I implore you to get into serious talks with Gavilan College and demand that they come through with the promises they made more than 10 years ago, that we would have an education center here and not just an area that uses the classrooms it can find. We need a centralized education center because we have the population to make it run, and we have the people who want to do well. So once again, congratulations to everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marty. Anyone else from the public? None? Okay. I'll close it. Department head announcements, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we do have a few announcements this morning. Staff administration would like to pull item 24 and 3 off the agenda to bring those back in a future agenda. We'll probably bring those back at the last meeting in June. Our staff is also requesting that we work through lunch today. So we hope that the board will approve that and like to probably do closed session during lunch. That's all right with the board. Since we have a pretty long agenda here. And we're requesting item number 48 to be heard after lunch in the afternoon in unison with 53. Really, there's going to be some budgetary hooks in that particular item. I think it would be advantageous for us to hear them right next to our mock hearing where we can make actually some changes to that if the board would wish to do that. And we would like to invite Louis Valdez. He has a quick announcement. Our management analyst out of administration.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we want to advise that we have a new recycling coordinator out at RMA. Her name is Hannah Francis. She came on board, I believe, last week was her first week. We want to introduce you to her. She is out actually with Recology, so she will be here later this afternoon, but we wanted to let you know that she has started and she is being trained right now through she's training with Kathleen Gallagher through CSG. So I wanted to make you aware of that.
Louis, I got
Yes,
a
sir.
question. This is a county employee?
This is a county employee.
County, and I know that that discussion until we get to an item that's going to pertain to her contract.
Very good, sir.
Actually, any other questions to Louis? None. Okay, thank you, Louis.
That's all the announcements,
That's all.
Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Supervisor Medina,
Nothing, sir?
Supervisor Botello.
Yes, thank you very much. I understand, I was out of town last week, but there was quite a bit of discussion, maybe an article written in the local paper, and discussion on the social media as far as Highway 25 and the ZBS composting expansion. And Chairman De La Cruz and myself, maybe we didn't report out as clearly as we could have as far as the actions that we took with COG. We did comment on that project. We did come out in opposition to it, expressing concerns as far as the traffic mitigations, and that needs to be corrected. I know that it has made an impact and is being looked at in Santa Clara County. I myself have a meeting next week with representatives, but my position would be clear that the safety and well-being of our residents in San Bernardino County have to be taken into account before any further expansion of that facility takes place, and that road has to be at least addressed for that. Supervisor Medina and myself had a meeting yesterday, the facilities meeting, where we kind of cranked up our meeting schedule with, a number of projects that we're looking at. One of them is come before the board, I hope, at the next meeting with the behavioral health. There's some planning money for the facility, and that is really almost jeopardized to be expired to the tune of about $280,000, and we certainly cannot let that happen. And there is some more money behind that for planning of the expansion to meet the needs of our growing population in San Bernardino County, and it has to come before the board, and we have to look at all the options that are availed to us, and it will be agendized for the next meeting and discuss, and direction needs to be given. And we certainly encourage staff to lay out all the options. We heard only one option yesterday and really didn't have a very good understanding where the money is coming from. But I've done a little bit more research, and I have a better focus on it myself, and I've conveyed that to Supervisor Medina as well. And I think this is a doable project. It just needs to be laid out and the information conveyed from behavioral health and our RMA to this board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Munzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I want to piggyback off of Supervisor Patello's comments about the COG, and wondering if we can agendize a letter of support for COG's position to be sent to Santa Clara County or VTA, just in support of the safety out there. Because I know I was going to a mobility partnership meeting last year and watched a large semi come out of the ZBS facility and run a gravel truck off onto the shoulder. And I was right behind the gravel truck. So with the safety issues need definitely be addressed before any expansion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We will post it. We'll put it at the next available meeting.
Yeah, we will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Rivas?
I have no announcements, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I too have no nonsense. Okay. Let's move to consent. Okay. Item 3 has been removed to a future date. Item 24 has been removed to a future date. Item 37 has been pulled. Item 39 has been pulled. Item 43 has been pulled. Anyone from the public?
Consent item number 2.
Number 2, public. Okay. What is the will of the board?
Make a
The consent, Mr. Chair.
second.
A motion by Rivas, second by Botello. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries. All right. Number 2, from the public. Who's the member of the public?
Marty Richmond.
Good morning again, Marty Richmond from Hollister. I pulled number 2 only as an example of all the entries there for behavioral health. And I wonder if I could ask the board to ask the staff or the director to just talk about where the public can find the record of performance for behavioral health. You have a number of items there. When you put them all together, they add up to about $1,800,000, somewhere in that range. And so there's a lot of money goes in there. There's a lot of treatment that goes on. There's a lot of people who go through that process. So it's a big deal, okay? It's a big budget item, it's a big deal, and I'm not sure the public is aware of where they can find information concerning how many people are treated, typically how many days they spend in various facilities, because it adds up to a lot of money. So I wonder if the board would be good enough to allow the staff or the director or whoever is appropriate to talk to that issue. Thank you very much for your time.
Do you, Marty, actually, hold on. Marty, can you we'll go back to the podium. Do you need on this particular item or a general statement?
Well, this particular, whatever it is would apply. I assume whatever reports are available would apply to all, and I didn't want to pull all. It would make no sense. I just wanted, I'll make an assumption. I'll assume that any report on their annual work would apply to everything.
Got it.
Rather than just pull 20 items. That doesn't make any
Got it.
sense
Thank
to
you.
me. You're welcome.
Alan, you want to respond
Sure.
to the public's comment?
Sure. First of all, on item number 2, Davis Guest Home, as you may all be aware, we do not have residential care facilities for the mentally ill adults in this county. So Davis Guest Home happens to be one of those, and they have a reputation for taking some of the most difficult people. In fact, people that might ordinarily be placed in an institution for mental disease, which is better known as a locked facility. So that is a valuable resource. It's somewhat misleading to add up all the dollars for all the contracts, because many of those contracts are available to us but won't necessarily be used constantly or continuously, and some may not be used at all, but they need to be made available to us. So, for example, a very good example is the locum tenens, which is probably better known as a temporary placement agency for psychiatrists. We have several of those. Some may never be used. Some may only be used sparingly when we need to. The many placement agencies that we have available, those placements are used when people need them. They're not used continuously. We try to get people out to the lowest level of care possible. So when you add all of them up, that expenditure probably will not occur at that level.
Thank you, Alan. Any comments from the board? None? Okay. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve item number 2.
Second.
Motion by Patel, second by Munzer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries 4-0. Okay. Next item will be 37.
Good morning.
Louis, question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Actually, earlier you alluded that the county has hired a staff member, a county-paid position. And we're about to increase the scope of services. What is another? Is that another $50,000? Is that correct for that position? Yeah.
You're referring to the CSG contract, correct?
Yes. So, do we have an exit plan in which we will no longer have them on our staff? That it will now be staffed by full-time county employees?
Yes. So, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, this is a point that Supervisor Medina originally raised a few months ago. As you are aware, we do not have an integrated waste manager. CSG has been acting in that capacity. So the county is the lead agency for the regional agency. And as such, we share the costs of this particular contract with the City of Hollister and the City of San Juan Bautista. So in terms of cost breakdown, the county does not pay for more than 33% of the total value of the cost of the contract. The City of Hollister pays approximately 64%, and then the rest is paid for by San Juan Bautista. So that's number one. Number two, in terms of an exit plan, one of the tasks that we have charged CSG with is to put together an operator manual for this particular function. And the reason we want that is because in the past, there really wasn't a clear delineation of what the integrated waste manager should be doing and how we oversee that. I've spoken with Kathleen Gallagher and Kevin McCarthy, who are the CSG consultants working on this contract, and they understand that they will need to provide that operator manual along with the exit timeline within the next 30 days so we can present that to the board, because we're aware that the board is sensitive to this particular item.
Yeah.
So yes, there is a exit plan that's being formulated at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, and now you did mention about we just hired somebody.
We hired the recycling coordinator. Supervisor Munzer was on the selection panel. That recycling coordinator had been vacant for quite some time. Our previous employee, Jeremy Simmons, had left unexpectedly. So it sat vacant for quite a few months. We went through a recruitment process, and that position was recently filled.
Okay, so the CSG consultant group, were they performing that position, those functions?
They were not.
Okay.
I was sort of doing that.
Okay, so this was the position that was not agreed under this contract with this consultant group, correct?
I'm sorry, the question was?
The position that Jeremy left, those responsibilities or duties weren't being done by the consultant.
They were not necessarily being done by the consultant. No one was really doing them.
No one was doing them.
We knew that they existed. I tried to cover as much of that as I could. There was the distribution of the sharps and metal containers that I had assistants doing, but for the most part, those duties were not being fulfilled.
So pretty soon you'll come back to the board with an exit plan.
Within the next 30 days, my plan is to come back with some type of an exit plan for you, because we'll need to do a couple of things. Number one, we'll need to put a recruitment together for the integrated waste manager, and then number two, we'll have to make sure that we have the operator manual at least somewhat in place so we can start moving forward with that.
So if we were to have all the positions filled, what would be the annual cost, fully loaded with benefits and everything?
Well, the previous manager was making, and then when I say the previous manager, the previous integrated waste manager, I think the total cost was approximately $167,000.
Is that fully loaded?
Well, fully loaded, I believe, was the cost,
Yes,
Mr.
it was fully loaded, 167 plus the recycling coordinator position, which was about $87,000.
Correct.
So a total of about $254,000 for the year. That's just for salaries and benefits.
But we already hired a recycling coordinator, right? So that's kind of money that we shouldn't be talking. So we're talking about $180,000.
Approximately.
Around $180,000. Plus the person that we used to have couldn't do the responsibilities that we're asking the current consultant to do, right? Like do on our RFPP, start negotiating with the landfills, start doing other stuff besides what the other former employees are doing. Correct? Is that correct?
That's correct. So, Mr. Chairman, one thing to keep in mind, the role that that person played was pretty critical, pretty central to the function of integrated waste. So I think at some point, the board may want to have a discussion in conjunction with the RMA department and the new two co-directors in terms of how that position is going to fit within that structure, because it's so critical. I think the board may want to discuss what level of interaction you're going to want to have with that individual. I think my view in terms of what I have seen the last few months that I've been dealing with it, I think the board would be interested in having a bit more direct communication and interaction with an individual on a continuous basis going forward, because the nature of the issues that are involved are pretty critical, pretty important, and I think you're going to want to know directly from that person what's going on with integrated waste.
So the monies that we're paying right now, which is it's going to be, what is it, 251,300.
Yes.
That's for a year, correct?
That's correct.
And if we were to find out what the cost is for employees, having employees in our staff right now, it almost comes out to about the same.
About the same. The only issue is that CSG has expertise in this area
And I was going to ask that question.
that no one on our staff has.
So
For
we're
example,
actually getting a better deal per se.
we're getting a much better deal. For example, the analysis of the franchise contract and the oversight of the COLAs, the analysis that CSG did, I think we ended up netting a savings of about $224,000. That was quite a bit of money. And they were able to do that based upon their background and experience and knowledge in dealing with these types of contracts. So it was definitely a huge positive for the county and for the city, the regional agency in general, in that respect.
Okay, and so for the public's concerns, up front right now, it looks like we're paying more than what we should be paying, but in reality, we're getting better benefits for what we're paying.
I think that's accurate. The other thing, Mr. Chairman, is that the true cost of the operation really is bearing itself out right now. So we're learning, if you will, what those costs are potentially becoming, and they're revealing themselves. And I think it's really important to keep that in mind within the context of what we're spending on this total contract. So we're actually saving more money than it is what we're putting out.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
I understand. I mean, this will be my last comment, and then I'll go to the public and the board. But at the end of the day, after everything, after the dust is clear and everything, the goal is to bring in county employees.
We need a county employee in charge of it. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, if I may, as well, a little background on this as well for CSG. So in fiscal year 14-15, it costed us, or it was $9,570 fiscal year 15-16, $119,375 in fiscal year 16-17, $175,000. So it was a little bit less than what we had contracted with, and there was a savings compared to having staff on board. So it kind of elaborates on your question there. Again, too, there's also a long-term potential cost benefit with health benefits and other things. But obviously, we're still looking at that. We want to bring a manager, and I've asked RMA to evaluate all positions. We're going to be discussing the organization this afternoon with your board. That's the last item on the agenda. And this item, I'm hoping, will be a topic of conversation. We're not going to be bringing a full director position in, but we will bring in somebody with some leadership skills and managerial skills, as well as understanding that position. So, thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Vice Chair, I guess. I hope you liked our answer.
Okay. Is there any other questions from the board, Supervisor Munzer?
Okay. So, as the longest-serving supervisor dealing with the landfill, integrated waste, serving on several committees, I probably have had the most experience working with these consultants, and I am very pleased with their professionalism, their advice that they are giving to us. We are in a process of doing an RFP, not only the the San Benito County, but the city of Hollister, the city of San Juan, for curbside collection. They're walking all three agencies through that process, holding our hands, and that's not an easy process, as we all know, working with our sister agencies. And they're doing an excellent job of walking us through that. I am very pleased with the level, again, of the expertness, professionalism, and their advice that they have given us so far. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Medina?
Wow, that's a hard one to follow. We spent $295,000 with this firm. We're going to spend another $251,300 next year. I still would like to see, and I've asked, is the deliverables, a timeline, a recap of what they've done. And if I can get that, I would appreciate that, and I will let everyone else see that, because I'm just still seeing that we're still treading water. I mean, we need results, and it keeps on going, next month, we're doing a study, we're doing this, but we need results, and I don't see them yet. So when I'm looking at a total expenditure of over $500,000 over 2 or 3 years, to me, it's, once again, it's the results. We need to see something, and I haven't seen anything yet.
Supervisor Patello?
Yes, thank you. First, I'm real pleased that the city of Hollister decided to stay within the regional agency or JPA, whatever we want to call it, and because that was absolutely imperative for the benefit of all of San Bernardino County. And I think we just need to also do a better job coordinating with our partners, having more timely meetings and discussions of the issues that are facing us and where we're at. I think we do have to show measurable success, and part of it's on us and as the agencies and as well as the consultant that we're extending this contract to. So that's where I'm at with this.
So, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we'll prepare a report for you, and we'll have that back to you for the next meeting so you can see what those deliverables are. We understand you're wanting to hold that action accountable. We'll do that for you.
Okay.
And I also think it's advantageous for us to break down the costs. So there is, $500,000 or so, but there's a percentage that each agency has to pay up. So we'll make sure that the board gets that information as well.
We'll do that.
And Louis, I got one more quick question. The funds that we use to pay our staff members to staff in the GPA, the city and the city of San Juan will pay their portions, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Is that based on the 62% calculation?
That's based on a proportional share of their membership.
I
Yes,
think
sir.
it's 62 and 5 for San Juan.
I think the city is like 64, the county's 33, and the remainder is San Juan.
Perfect. Thanks.
All right, let me open it to the public. Anyone from the public? None? Take it back. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move per staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, number 39. Supervisor Patello or Supervisor Medina? Medina?
I brought this up just for clarity purposes and for a better understanding for myself, being that I'm new and I'm looking at $13,150,000 that we're approving here. That's a lot of money. So if you can explain to everyone what this encompasses, and especially me, because I'm the one that's kind of not clear on it.
That is an up to, not to exceed amount.
Exactly.
There is no guarantee that any money will be, or any funds will be spent.
Say that again?
There is no guarantee that any funds will be spent or any one of those consultants will receive any projects. These will only be based upon task orders sent out to the pre-qualified consultants, and those task orders will be based upon a funded project. So when they respond with their proposal, then based upon their qualifications and the benefit to the county, then we will select that, and then we can send them a notice to proceed on that. All the consultants understand that there is no guarantee that they will receive work, and they're not obligated to respond to a proposal or a task order if we send it out. What this did was it pre-qualified a group of consultants with different specialties and disciplines that we can call upon without having to go through the whole RFQ, RFP process for each project. It's based upon a simple task order, which would be a scope of work. We send it out, they respond, and then we select from that group. And we have a wide range of consultants involved, so we can hit at least 3 for each qualification or specification or discipline. Does that address your
And these
question?
people were vetted beforehand, correct?
Oh, yes. This was sent out, an RFQ was sent out by RMA. There was approximately 80 people, 80 groups that downloaded and reviewed it. We received 23 statements of qualifications. Of that 23, we interviewed all 23. Of that 23, 22 were selected to move on to an offer and an agreement.
And finally, what we're talking about is if we went to RFQ, I believe that's the word, if we went to RFQ, that would take a lot of time if we had to do it one by one. Is that why we're doing this to
That's
increase
correct.
the time frame?
Yeah,
decrease the time frame?
We'd have to go through an RFQ, RFP process for many projects. Based upon qualifications, we'd have to send an RFQ. They'd have to prepare a statement of qualifications, RFQ being request for qualifications. They would send in their statement of qualifications, our review time, then our interview period. Then we'd have to go to a request for proposal from those that we deemed qualified to do the work. Once we receive the proposals, again, we'd have to find the most qualified out of that group and then negotiate with them. And that would be then for every project.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate the explanation.
Supervisor Munzer?
Well, okay. I guess I was just going to make the comment. This is a new process for planning, public works, RMA. I don't think we've ever done this, and I'm in total agreement with this. This is something similar to what behavioral health does. You get the contracts in place. If you need to utilize the contract, it's already there. It streamlines the process for the public, and I'm in total agreement with this.
I might note that the process that we use on this will meet the requirements of some of our more stringent funding agencies, all the way down to if local funds are used, then we are not necessarily required to use all the steps. But we are prepared to meet the more stringent qualifications. And this is a process that I've actually been involved with before, and it's worked out well for us.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Botello?
Yeah, I hate going after Supervisor Munzer. That's exactly what I was going to say. It was very similar to, our behavioral health contracts that we just approved. But one of the questions, and this is a new process even for us old guys, but how did we arrive at a number for each contractor? Why not leave that open based on the project, that you will be considered for a project and you will bid on that particular project as it arises? And is this for projects with just the county, or is it reimbursable projects that may come up through the planning department?
Well, certain funding agencies have limits, and that would be our higher number. We're just under that limit. And so to incorporate less stringent, I mean, it goes up to another level when you get to what's a major project or a major agreement, major contract. So we kept that number under. When we have a project that would be significant and may exceed that amount, we'll go out to a separate RFP on that. We don't want to use this money, not to exceed amount, on one project. Okay. This is for us to deal with more smaller projects over the period of 5 years of the agreement.
Okay, and then the second question I have, which I thought was a very good point brought up earlier, is the performance and maybe a summary. How do you keep track of the accounting as time goes on and you're using one firm? And do we have in place the accounting system to watch these contracts? Because that was an issue for a number of years here.
If I may. I'm working on setting that up as it is now, and Louis involved in that as well, along with our financial administration.
I'll give you a quick update. Louis can.
Sure. So we have, to that point, Mr. Botello, we have spoken with a consultant who's an expert in RMA accounting, and we are working with that person to have her come in, do a review of the accounting policies, procedures, and practices within RMA. They will work directly with the auditor's office and the engineering division to make sure that the tracking, the specific tracking of each of the projects by code that is entered in the system is also accounted for and is able to be migrated over into the ERP system. That's really highly specialized, and so this consultant who has worked with agencies of this nature before was made known to us through Supervisor Munzer and his representation in AMBAG. So we hope to have that agreement on the next agenda for you to review.
Okay, so with this list of contracts, we'll be able to monitor the expenditures as we go along through the period of the term.
That is the idea. Yes, sir.
All right.
Supervisor Munzer?
So I think not only the expenditures, but also the income, because usually these will be either through state and federal reimbursable or through a developer reimbursable. So we also need to be monitoring the revenue to match the expenditures, and I think that's what the RMA is working to facilitate.
And that's revenue and expenditures as a percentage attached to percentage of staff time that's involved with each one of the projects. So we'll be able to do that as well.
Oh, boy.
Theoretically.
Such good arguments.
Well,
how do I counter that?
We're really pleased you're pleased.
Well, hold on a minute.
Oh.
I got to put in 2 cents in this argument. Oh boy. Does this have the potential that future county employees won't be hired and we'll just hire these consultants to do the work? In other words, in 3 or 4 years, if we need staff to do the bridge work or road work, is it going to substitute those county employees?
Probably not.
Future county employees, not current, but future ones.
I would say it's improbable.
Improbable?
Possible, but improbable.
Okay. Okay, well, good arguments, Anthony and Jerry. All right, let me open up to the public. Anyone from the public? No, close it. Okay, what's the will of the board?
I'll move to staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Patello, second by Medina. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries 5-0. Okay, the last item on consent. Wow. Okay. Number 43. And Supervisor Patello?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll probably need you. Yeah, thank you, Treasurer.
Mary Lou?
You know, when I was going over this...
Good morning,
morning.
members of the board.
When I was going over this, it bothered me. It
bothers me too.
Yeah, I've always felt that unsecured taxes rank right there with inheritance taxes as far as something that I don't particularly care for paying. But, what the question I have for you, Mary Lou, is, this list goes back to 1998 and covers all the way to 2003. And some of the amounts are pretty small, but there are some big amounts in there, and I have a hard time, just writing that off. We're a struggling county. Your office has been wanting more staffing since I've been on the board.
Right.
And
over
if
10
we
years.
don't collect money, we can't provide staffing. And I don't, and then that's only up to 2003. I'm sure the list goes on and on.
It's a double-edged sword, because if we don't have the staffing, we can't do all the enforcement that we could possibly put into our projects. But the reason that we've done everything that we can on these accounts. They're very old, and we've already expended as much energy as we can on them. They are not written off. What is done is it freezes the account on our tax megabyte system. It won't generate any more tax bills that we will be mailing to addresses that we're going to get return mail on. If there's a payment on any one of those, the auditor can resurrect the account, and we can collect it. So technically, they're not written off.
Well, technically, they're not written off, but the way I read the agenda item, they're written off because we're not, I presume, and if they haven't paid from since 1998,
right?
What makes us think they're, that's 20 years.
Well, yeah, we don't have any more enforcement. There's a statute of limitations of 3 years, so we can't go after them anymore.
Well, I really have a hard time accepting this personally, because California, for one way or another, we're always worried about the guys that are breaking the law and protecting them, and the ones that don't follow the rules. Let's protect those people too. But the hard workers that pay their taxes, do everything by the book, try to employ people, let's put more regulations on them and tax them more, and figure out how their employees could work less for more money. And, there's a few of these names on this list that are still in business, and I have a hard time accepting either from your office or county council's office or from somebody's office that we're not collecting these taxes. Every time I've gone into Tom's office to adjust my list of unsecured taxes, those gals have been just phenomenal, and they've been very helpful, helping me do my forms, so I'm paying the right amount of taxes. And and people who don't go through that trouble deserve to pay their bill. And there's a few of those companies there that are still in business today. And this is the list that you start with some sort of audit. And I just don't get this. And I can't support, I'm not going to support voting to waive these taxes. And I'm curious to know how much money, this is $94,000, almost $95,000 up to 2003, and you say there's a statute of limitations for after 3 years. What are we doing to collect this money? If we can't collect it, we can't hire and pay people that we need to have.
Right. You also have to consider that we only get 11% on our tax dollars, too, so it's not a huge amount that we're going to be able to keep.
Well, yeah, and we don't make the rules.
No, I know that.
We have to follow the rules. Yeah. And I'm just curious what that number is, and because this would be if I was in the auditor's office or your office, I don't know what the enforcement is. I've always paid my taxes. I've never gotten in trouble. But it's unsecured taxes is kind of like the honor system, and you just tell the local authority what you have, and then you get a bill and you pay it. I'm sure these people need to be audited, and it's very simple to do an audit. Just look at their federal taxes, and that lists their equipment that they're depreciating off. But I don't know. I need to learn more about this before I even support writing off taxes, because then it just gives incentive for other people to do the same thing.
Right. It doesn't look good for the county, but you also have to consider that some of these accounts may have needed to be canceled. The assessor only goes back 4 years. Anything prior to that, they're not going to bother with because it's too much. I guess it's too much cost, and
Well, Corbin Motor Company is 30,000 of the 94.
Right, but it's not the same company name.
It's changed hands.
Okay.
Unless somebody walks in there, that's what the auditor does. They go out in the field and find out if these are legitimate. And we don't have field people to go out and try to collect the money. But we do have liens on every single one of them. And then we have 30 years to continue. Excuse me, every 10 years we would re-register the lien on the property, send bills, and now we have a process of bank levying accounts. That's working really well. We plan to continue it. We've got it scheduled so that we can do it on a yearly basis. And but these old accounts, there's no more enforcement we can do.
All right, that concludes your Supervisor Botello?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Munzer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mary Lou, is it critical that we take action today on this item?
I tried to bring it in last year. This is going to be another year that I'd have to wait on this.
I don't want to wait off another year, but what I'm kind of thinking is, this is only taking us to 2003?
2002. Right.
How many other accounts like this are there? Maybe we need to have this agendized in a regular agenda, have the auditor here, have the assessor here, and maybe educate us what's going on here, because I too don't like what this looks like, that if you just don't pay your unsecured taxes, then we don't do anything about it. I'd rather hear what process we go through to try to collect on this, liens, attaching bank accounts, whatever the process is. I would like to hold off on this item and have it a further discussion on it.
Okay, we will do that.
I did run it by the auditor and the assessor, and they told me that they were fine with
No, I
getting it
understand
on.
that, but I think we need to be educated on the process. We need to be educated how between 2002, 2003, whatever this last date is, and 2017 or 16, whatever the end date, how much other is out there not being collected and not being paid?
Right.
So.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
Supervisor
fine.
Medina?
Yes, although the I think it was $94,000, let's just say $95,000, doesn't appear to be a lot of money. Just looking at an example you put in your letter, last year Kern County, they discharged $340,000.
That's correct.
Okay, so $340,000, and this is what has me a little bit puzzled, is Kern County has a population of 874,000 people. We have a population of 58,000 people. Kern County is 15 times larger than us, and we are only a third of what they wrote off. So that has, major concerns for me, because I look at that and I benchmark against other counties and other municipalities.
Right.
And to me, I'm same with the supervisors trying to learn this process, but even though we only receive 11%, that 89% goes somewhere else. So that is true money. I want to understand that is $94,000. And we have to have a different mechanism when I look at Kern County having 340,000,
Right.
15 times the population.
One thing I didn't do is figure out how many years they were writing off.
Okay, well, I was
So
just looking,
there
and
could be-
I'm comparing this
that could
apples
be
to apples.
something
So,
I could bring back to you.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mary Lou. Let me open up to the public first.
Okay.
Thank you, Mary Lou. Anyone from the public? None? Okay, we'll bring it back. Yes, let's put this, let's move this to a future meeting so the board can get an education on how we are, the way we are today. Start from beginning to the end process where Mary Lou comes in and makes a recommendation on these type of transactions. What are we looking at? In first meeting in August?
I would recommend,
Is that
August
okay?
because
Mary
we're
Lou,
really.
is that okay? First meeting in August? Okay, first meeting in August, right? Thank you, Mary Lou. All right, so this has been tabled. All right, public hearing. Health and Human Services, Jim? Hold the public hearing to receive public input, approve 1819 Community Service Block Grant Community Action Plan. Jim and Enrique?
Yes, we have a brief presentation to present the material for both the public and you to comment on. I'm going to ask Enrique to make that presentation for you, and then we can take it from there.
Good morning, members of the board and the public. As the recipient of CSBG Community Services Block Grant funds, we are required to complete a community action plan that represents the interest of our communities that benefit low-income individuals. So the purpose today serves as a 2-year roadmap. So this community action plan is reflective of the next 2 years, 2018 and 2019. The community action plan identifies and assesses poverty-related needs and resources in the community and establishes a detailed plan, goals, and priorities for delivering those services to individuals and families that are most affected by poverty. So funds are used to support activities for low-income families and individuals, and this is in accordance with CSBG state guidelines. Homeless families and individuals, migrant or seasonal farm workers, and elderly low-income individuals and families. These funds help by removing obstacles and solving problems that block the achievements of self-sufficiency. We get an allocation of $266,000, and that's the minimum because we don't meet the population threshold. And funds that we have received under the Community Action Agency, under the Community Action Board, varies from year to year. These are the types of service that we currently provide for low-income individuals: transportation assistance, primarily through bus tokens. Individuals that come into our offices are able to get bus tokens upon request and upon referrals. We've operated the warming shelter the last few years and the winter shelter for homeless families the last 25 plus years. Other homeless services are Helping Hands program, which is a permanent supportive housing program. Outreach services, CDBG grants, including the Homeless Service Center, Shelter for Victims of Domestic Violence. That's through previous contracts and a contract that we have forthcoming under the current CDBG 2016 contract. We have a Dream Catchers program, which is a youth enrichment that provides scholarships for low-income children in activities of their choice. It could vary from sports, music, theater, arts, football, whatever they want to use it for. So we have that established, and applications are open at the moment. Our Community Action Agency also manages the CalWorks Housing Support Program, benefiting CalWorks families who are homeless. Our LAHEAP, Low-Income Heating Energy Assistance Program, which is our PG&E assistance, utility assistance program. Annually, we serve approximately 900 low-income families. Our tenant-based rental assistance program, providing 12 months rent for low-income families or individuals in San Benito County. And we have a winter shelter wait list, usually exceeding 100 families. So how do we determine the need? So there's a process that the Community Action Board engages. Every 2 years we go through this, and led by the Community Action Board. So we have a survey, community-wide survey, where we ask the community to rank what they consider to be of the greatest need to the community. We also conduct several public hearings or forums. We have surveys that are like online and then paper surveys and or focus groups as well. Our last community needs assessment, these are the results. We had 743 respondents, and the top 3 activities based on community input. Number 1 is youth activities, family recreation. Number 2 is housing assistance for low-income residents. And number 3, homeless services. And this next slide is the same. It just breaks it out in that fashion. So our first public hearing was held on April the 18th. It was a community conversation, which we had some really good feedback. And the feedback that we received primarily was on youth services, affordable housing, employment and training, some discussion on tiny homes for homeless individuals and other gaps that they see here in our community. And the second public hearing is today. Our Community Action Board, this is, I think, the last slide, through the strategic planning process and based on community-wide assessment, determine the following needs. So that means the next few years, they're going to, in addition to what we're doing, they want to focus on these next items. Youth services, community youth centers. So they felt that in our community, there is a need for additional youth services and also a youth center. Affordable housing is ranked very high because of our housing situation here, and employment and training programs. And that concludes, so I'd like to request opening a public hearing.
Okay, any questions? Let's hold off on the questions. You want to have some input, Jim, or?
No, I'm just standing up just
Okay.
in case.
Okay, perfect. Let's hold off on the questions. Let's open it up to the public first, and then we'll close it, and then we'll have a discussion among the board members. Anyone from the public? Marty? Thank you, Enrique.
Marty Bishop from Hollister, thank you very much, and I understand you're filling a requirement here, and it is important to meet the requirement, otherwise you don't get the grant. That's the way it works. I want to comment on the employment training. You can have all the employment training in the world, and it won't make any difference if there are no jobs. So the jobs generate the income for this is for people who are capable of working. Obviously, not everyone on this list who is here is capable of working. For instance, the elderly may not be capable of working, and the people who are disabled may not be capable of working, and people who are too young may not be capable of working. But there's a slice in there, obviously, because we're talking about it, employment training of people who might be capable of working if they had the skills and provided the jobs were available. Merely having the skills, we know that, is not enough. You have to have a demand for the employment. And so I would like to see more done, and I understand this is primarily focused on people with needs, but I would like to see more done to hook up the requirement for training with the requirement for getting enough private industry in the county to generate the need for various jobs that people can be trained to do. Not everybody can do every job. Certain jobs, like in agriculture, require you to be in good physical condition. You might have to climb a ladder or something, and not everybody can do that. Other jobs require certain skills that not everybody can do. So it's good. It's really important to have a mix of job opportunities that demand employees that can be trained to do that work. So I think that's very important. I would like to see some hook in to other programs. Obviously, this program can't do it by itself, but I would like to see a hook in to other programs that are designed to do that. So thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Anyone else in the public? None, I'll close it. Thank you. Does the board have any input on where the $2 million for the next, 2 years should go?
266.
Supervisor Botello?
No, yeah, I think that was kind of a good point about job training. I think that's kind of key. Is there any programs that we have in coordination with our department, with the private sector? Because everywhere I go, there's openings for jobs. I think if you're able to work, you could find a job. It's 0% unemployment as far as I'm concerned. It's just a matter of you wanting to go out and work.
Right. Well, I do know, first of all, it's 266,000, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Didn't want to...
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
I stand corrected.
I do know that there's coordination, in our department and with other departments on how we can do this. There's also coordination in the private community. I think the coordination between the Community Action Board and the Workforce Development Board is a key here. And part of the discussion, because I sit in on these meetings, the continuous discussion there is how can we train people for jobs that exist. And so they are constantly having that conversation. I agree with you. I think zero unemployment would be wonderful. And we need to just continue our efforts to look at the marketplace and see where those jobs are that we could train people for that may have somewhat limited skills.
Yeah. All in all, from my perspective, I think we've done a real good job with this, the CBG grants that we've gotten in the past, and I think we're doing a good job going into the future. And so I congratulate you on putting this together.
Thank you, sir.
Any other board member? No. I would like to see the funds being used for youth activities. I would like to see low-income kids play, Hollister Heat, Babe Ruth, Hollister Little League, even traveling team. Get them off the streets and into organized activity. At the end of the day, it actually benefits the community. And that's just my perspective.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Enrique. Thank you, Jim. Okay. Let's move on. Actually, one more question. What's the next step after
we need to close the hearing, I believe.
Okay.
And then...
I thought I did, but I'll close it.
You did.
And then we need to take action on the report so that we could move the report forward to the appropriate state and federal agencies.
Okay, good. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move for staff recommendation.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. Okay. All right, we're good. Anything else? None?
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll go to regular agenda. 45, Board of Supervisors, approved letter in support of AB 1077. Louis?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is an item that I've been working on with Supervisor Munzer. There's legislation currently pending in the state legislature that will effectively remove the sunset date for the OHV program, and the off-highway vehicle program obviously affects San Benito County in that the Pinnacles is a major tourist attraction, and we have quite a number of individuals who use that state facility. There has been movement in the past year and a half through the State Parks and Recreation Department and that governing board for OHV to merge those two agencies. This legislation, we're asking the board to approve this letter, will effectively eliminate the sunset date and keep the program in perpetuity, and I'm sure Supervisor Munzer would like to speak at length at that. So we're asking the board to approve the letter as such.
Okay, any comments from any of the other supervisors besides Jerry? No, Supervisor Munzer?
Okay. So Lou and I, about 6 months ago or so, we actually went up to Sacramento for a meeting. There's a movement afoot. The OHV has always been under the State Park and Recreation Committee, but and they've had their separate source of funding, which is basically referred to as a green sticker fee that off-road vehicle owners have to pay. From that money, we receive well over $100,000 per year that augment our law enforcement budget. We just created the Cienega Road Fund through that. And there's two conflicting bills going through the legislature right now, an SB, and I don't remember the number, and then this AB 1077. The SB bill would actually eliminate our ability to receive the money that we receive from the OHV community. And the AB 1077 leaves it in place, and that's why I think it's very important that we submit this letter to our representative in support of the AB 1077. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? None, I'll open up to the public. Anyone from the public? None, I'll close it. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move per staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Munzer, second by Rivas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Louis.
Thank you.
Next item is number 46, approved letter addressing NEPA concerns about the gas and oil exploration on BLM land in San Benito County. Louis?
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is a letter, as the board may recall, a few months ago, there was a meeting here locally, and the department, there was a federal department in charge of issuing the permits for fracking within particular jurisdictions. This letter addresses the county's position with regard to that issue with the Bureau of Land Management. I believe Supervisor Rivas attended that particular meeting, and we wanted to make sure that this correspondence was delivered and approved by the Board of Supervisors to make clear to the BLM the county's position on that issue.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Rivas? Thank you. Any other supervisor? Supervisor Vitello?
Yes, I think this is a great idea. We got to send something in writing of our position. Last week, I was in Northern Virginia on a personal trip, and so I took the opportunity to see our congressman. And I mentioned this issue to him, and he had no idea about this program. And I told him that there's been public hearings and everything, and he had no idea. So the only thing I would add to this is CC Congressman Panetta, CC Senator Feinstein, and CC the, Senator Harris, and send it off to them so at least it gets on their radar as well, because it's absolutely critical that we are, in discussions with the Bureau of Land Management on whatever their decisions are with their land use policies, as it has a profound effect on our county. And we have to be at that table.
We will do so.
All right, thank you. All right, let me open up to the public. Anyone from the public? Close it. All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move approval per staff recommendation?
As recommended, including Supervisor Patel's
Yes, with
inclusion?
the additional CCs.
Okay, perfect. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries 5-0. Good, thank you. 47, approved letter in support of HR 1913. Louis?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is a letter that's related to the reopening of Clear Creek. This letter is addressed to Congressman Panetta, and my understanding from conversations I've had with Supervisor Munzer, who has in turn had conversations with the field office and headquarters for Congressman Panetta, is that this legislation is once again pending before the Natural Resources Committee. And this letter would be sent on behalf of the Board of Supervisors supporting the reopening of Clear Creek. And I think at some point it may be prudent to have Supervisor Munzer go back and offer his support on behalf of the board for this legislation in Washington. So that's what the letter is for.
I will not support him going to Washington.
Okay.
No. Supervisor Munzer.
Okay, you can go.
No.
The meeting's going to be in the middle of February. Would you like to go from my place?
No way.
So this is a Congressman Panetta has reintroduced Congressman Farr's bill for the reopening of Clear Creek, and also creating a wilderness area. And I was in conversation with his office. I ended up writing a letter on my own stationery, bringing to mind the earlier supports that this board has made towards Congressman Farr's bills, and I just felt it was prudent to go ahead and actually create a resolution supporting H.R. 1913. And in case I am asked again to come back out and testify, to go ahead and have that support from this board and permission, because usually there's not much, it's usually asked, like, can you come out next Thursday? So,
Actually, not if. I think you should go.
well, I have to be asked.
Well, I mean, you could be asked, but you could also roam the halls.
Well, okay. Okay.
mean,
Well,
I
anyway,
would-
so that.
Did you say roam the halls?
Huh?
Roam the halls?
Well, you know what I mean. Let's not get technical here.
Anyway, but I mean, as far as going to the subcommittee, I have to be asked for that.
Thank you.
So anyway,
Thank you.
so
Good gesture. Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments for Supervisor? Not. Let me open up to the public. Marty, I'm not surprised.
Oh. No, I have a question. Why are you not surprised?
You want to go with Jerry?
No. I've been to Washington in February. Marty Richmond, just for information, when I retired from the Army, I put my snowshoes away. So, and I don't intend to take them out again. I have a question. Who is the chairman of the committee? Obviously, it's going to be a Republican, but who is the chair of that committee? Does anybody know offhand? It's just an idea. Rather than us go back there, why don't we invite the chair of the committee to come out here? If he or she is swinging, I have no idea if they're from the Midwest. No, but they have national responsibility, that committee. And if they're swinging out this way, we ought to invite them, may have to come out here and see Clear Creek. They've probably never seen it. I'm sure they've never seen it. So to them, it's a piece of paper, and San Benito County, with all due respect, is just another piece of paper to them because, we got 58,000 people. If you said Santa Clara County, they'd know exactly what it is and what it does, and the billions of dollars it generates, but they don't know us from a hole in the ground, and I don't mean that disparagingly. There's a lot of counties in this nation, and we're a small county in a very, very big state. So I think you ought to try to get Congressman Panetta to invite the chair out here rather than us go back there and just be somebody sitting in front. I'm not saying we're not doing the best we can, just another person sitting in front of the table with them with another bill that they have no idea what it really says. So they go to Congressman Panetta, who says, yeah, I'm for it, and they either get support for it or does it. But since it's the other party from Congressman Panetta, I think you ought to try to get more personal and get them out here. Thank you for your time.
Supervisor Munn?
yeah, Marty, that's an excellent request, and we'll work with staff and Congressman Panetta's office and offer that invitation. Also, I just want to remind the public that last year Congress actually did, or the House of Representatives actually did pass on this bill, Congressman Farr's version of the bill, and then it got hung up in the Senate and didn't have enough time to get through the Senate. So I think we have the support, but that's an excellent idea to invite the chair out. We'll follow up on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chairman, the chairman of the Natural Resources Committee is Rob Bishop from the state of Utah.
There you go. It's right now in our Legion, round trip, $57. There you go.
Southwest.
That's good. Okay, thank you.
I'll let him
Some
know.
good ideas and good recommendations from the staff, and we will definitely follow up on them.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Oh, is there, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move for staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go to 50. I'm sorry, 49.
49.
We're moving 48 to after lunch. 50, request for board direction regarding the county participation in a county library task force as discussed at the Intergovernment Relations Committee. Louis, you want to kind of give us a little
Sure.
summary?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there's been discussions that have been conducted during the course of the intergovernmental committee meetings, which includes representatives from City of Hollister, the County of San Benito, and the City of San Juan Bautista. The idea has surged that a task force to have included on this task force representatives of educational institutions, the county, the city, San Juan Bautista, and Gavilan College, among other interested parties, to be formed. And the Intergovernmental Committee has asked for the county to ask the board for direction in terms of whether or not you would like to have staff and or representatives participate on that task force. As you all are well aware, we completed a study for the library via the consultant LSSI, and the county coordinated that particular effort. So what the Intergovernmental Committee is asking for is for, number one, the board to determine whether or not you'd like to participate, and then number two, from staff to receive direction in terms of what level of participation that would be. I will say that the city is really probably the most appropriate agency to serve as the lead on this particular topic. We obviously will be more than happy to support it, but ultimately it's up to the board to provide us for direction. It's a pretty time-consuming effort and wide-ranging, and it's going to be something that will take quite a bit of time and effort. So we're asking for the board for direction in that regard.
Thank you. Supervisor Munzer?
No, I think Louis pretty well summed it up well. So
And I concur. So we're asking for direction from the rest of the board members. Supervisor Rivas? Thank you. Supervisor Batalla?
Well, I know our staff is pretty overwhelmed right now with with some very critical projects in the county, and if the city wants to provide the staffing and for this task force, then that's probably the way to go at this point in time.
Supervisor Medina?
Is there any private sector individuals involved in this group?
The makeup of the task force has not been finalized to my knowledge, Supervisor Medina, so I would say that that's certainly a possibility.
Supervisor Jerry? I'm sorry, Munzer.
Actually, I will, but this is kind of, and it's too bad she didn't stay, but our county superintendent of schools is actually leading this formation of this task force. The other participants that are going to be involved would be several of the larger school districts, I believe both high school districts, Gavilan College, and maybe CSUMB.
Yes,
all
sir.
be participant of it. And I felt very strongly, because we have said before that sometimes the intergovernment will take on tasks that this full board is not aware of. Staff starts spending time on it, and it doesn't have the full support of the board. So I want to make sure before either staff gets involved or other board member gets involved in the task force that we do have full support of the full board.
Perfect. Supervisor Rivas?
Yeah, and like I said, I'm okay with our participation on the task force. I think that we just need more information as far as maybe once we get a better idea of who's participating, what the scope of the task force is, and what they intend to accomplish. I think that we could re-agendize it for that time.
Actually, Supervisor Rivas, unfortunately, it's in its early stages, and there's actually no direction of where it wants to go. What Crystal Lamont is doing is she's moving the issue forward, And she just wants to know from all the agencies, City Halls for San Diego County, San Juan, and all the other schools, including Calvin College, do you guys want to participate in a start discussion how to work together, or you guys don't? And so it's hard to, what you're saying is, let's get more information. We're not going to be able to get more information until there's actually a task force committee formed.
And I get that, Mr. Chair, but I just think that I don't want to make a commitment as far as our staff time until we know exactly what we're getting ourselves into. I think, yes, let's talk. As one supervisor, I'm certainly interested, but certainly I'm not going to, offer 3 staff members to participate in, an empty endeavor at this point.
Okay, I understand what you're right. Okay, we can do that. Ray?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and that was one of my concerns because I actually was not able to make the intergovernmental meeting. I asked Louis to take my place, and one of my concerns is we actually did the whole first phase. We did the LSSI study. We spearheaded that. We spent a lot of time, moving that forward, a lot of staff time. So my concern is we have a lot of things going on right now. I have, obviously, as you can see, Louis covered a lot of agenda items today. He's in almost every item, and RMA is a huge concern for us, and we're trying to address that, and that's really a priority right now. So, we want to be a part of this, but I think we need to see kind of what the workload's going to be as well, and to maybe see if the City of Hollister or maybe the school districts can kind of spearhead it, and we can kind of work with them on it.
Okay, fair enough. Let me open up to the public. Anyone from the public?
I don't get a reserve seat.
I'll be too easy for you, Marty.
Marty Richmond from Hollister. Well, if we're going to do it, we got to start somewhere. I suggest you get on the task force anybody who has money, okay, because that's going to be the key to the whole thing. Who's going to pay for it? So, and how you're going to pay for it. And it's going to need the politicians because you're going to wind up drawing up a district boundary, and that's all political because that's how you're going to pay for it, because otherwise you're going to get a lot of people who say, I'm never going to use it because I don't live near it, wherever it's going to be, so they're not going to use it. And you got to have people who have some money to put the money in there. It can't all just be there saying, I want this, I want that. Someone's going to have to cough up the dough. So I think you got to put a task force together, and if you start with 500 people, that's probably too many, but if you don't make it official, you won't need a quorum, and you won't need any staff at all. With due respect to the staff, what do we need staff for? They got to sit down first and pound it out, and I want to talk about that. To say that, my car is 17 years old, and I want a new one. But I told my wife I would only take a Ferrari. And she said, when we can afford a Ferrari, you can have a new car. And we got to look at the new library the same way. I mean, we're not going to spend $48 million or whatever the heck it was on a new library. We're just not going to do it, and I know we're not going to do it, and I hope you're smart enough to know we're not going to do it, because if that's what the bill is, it's never going to get built. So one of the first things they got to do is say, I can't have a Ferrari, but I need a new car. What am I going to buy? Okay, and so you need. So we don't need a square foot per person. We need a half a square foot per person. We don't need. What we need is expandable library. We need, so in the future we can add that stuff if we're rich enough to do it, but we got to start with something that's better than what we have, because what we have is totally inadequate. I don't care what measure you use. What we have as physical facility is totally inadequate. We need at least half a square foot per person. We've got less than 2/10 a square foot per person. It's old. Not that old things can't be great, but that building has no greatness to it. I'm sorry. No one's going to make it a national shrine. So I hope you will do the task force just to get people in a room, lock them up, don't give them any staff at all, tell them not to do a report, don't require a quorum, just come to the meeting and see if you can pound out what we're going to do. I appreciate your time. And Joyce, if you can find the money for the Ferrari, I'll wait. Bye.
All right, thank you, Marty. Anyone else from the public? Okay, I'll bring it back. So is it safe to assume that At this moment, the board does not support any staff time, but to allow the representatives on intergovernment to continue the discussion. Is that safe? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Let's move on. All right, number 50. No, actually, yeah, it is 50. Approve response to the 2015-16 grand jury report. Ray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have Louis Valdez here. He actually worked on this particular item as well as our county counsel's office. So I'd like to defer to Louis Valdez.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, county council and I worked pretty diligently on reviewing as much of the report as was possible, and we received the responses from the affected county departments, including behavioral health, probation, and some of the other areas. The report this year was particularly long, and I know that behavioral health spent quite a bit of time reviewing and responding to each one of those points. The response itself was right around 48 pages. Did it turn out to be? 41 pages. 41 pages, and we did review the report for as much accuracy as we possibly could. And so the report is before you. What we're asking for, however, is for you to review and approve the attached report and to provide staff with the authorization to make any necessary or required changes or updates to that response if after further review we determine that such changes would be prudent to be included.
Thank you, Louis. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, I
Supervisor
have.
Batal?
On finding F6, inmate complaints about quality and portions of food provided in the jail. What's wrong with the rice and beans?
First of all, Mr. Botello, I was unaware that the rice and beans was an option.
Terrible.
Anyway,
I think it's a good option.
Well, it's fine. I read it, and I just caught that one, and I thought, well, the supervisors agree that the quality and the portions of food is not good. It's just a matter of taste.
I guess it depends on who makes the rice and who makes the beans.
Could be.
Could be.
Oh, not going to go there. Okay. Any other questions? Let me open it up to the public. Anyone from the public? I'll return it back. All right. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve the response to grand jury.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
All right. Are you still there, Louis? No, we're moving to 51.
I think I'm done.
To Barbara's
up.
Discuss and approve directions to staff as to any desired changes to county purchasing ordinance and purchasing manual. Barbara?
This is for directional purposes only. If the Board of Supervisors would like our office to pursue any changes to the purchasing manual to streamline the purchasing process, some of the ideas for potential changes to the purchasing manual would be to increase the purchasing authority for the county administrative officer from $10,000 to a higher amount. I suggested $25,000 or the other amount determined by the Board of Supervisors. The goal of this would be to reduce the items that have to be agendized before the board, thus speeding up the purchasing process and also reducing the board items, number of board items and the time that it takes to take things to the board. To authorize the CAO to approve not more than one amendment to a board-approved contract in an amount not to exceed $10,000. Or there's another alternative that's listed there, which would be to approve amendments not to exceed 10% of the previously approved board contract. For example, if there's a contract right now that's like $25,000 that's been approved by the board, it would have to come back to the board to increase it to $28,000 because it's already in a board-approved contract. And the third option would be to authorize the CAO to approve contracts for specific expenditures approved in the county's budgetary process, such as for a piece of equipment or vehicle. This is just the first step. I would like to look at expanding our purchasing, the use of purchase orders for very simple contracts also, to be able to speed up the purchase of very small items without going through contracts for just normal items. But that's the second part of the process. And this is just totally optional for the board's consideration. If you want to pursue it, then we would bring back a board ordinance for your consideration.
Sure. Supervisor Botello?
I'm just kind of trying to go back. I was asking the chair we established this as a rule before probably everybody else was in this room. What was the level before? Do we have a record of that, or?
I know that it hasn't been, I don't believe it's been changed since I've been here. Since
Oh, no, it was before you, that's
it
for
was
sure.
before you.
It was,
previously.
it was just right when we were getting into some budgetary issues and problems, and we just wanted to watch every dime. And I personally don't have a issue with it, expanding that $10,000 limit. I certainly think that we have to enter into, different contracts with vendors to get work done that, whether it's tree trimming or what have you. It's just prudent. Get the work done, and as long as we're fitting ourselves under our budget in different areas of the departments, I'm fine with it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I just remember back in the good old days, back in 2009, 8, we dropped it, and it was for a particular reason that I will not elaborate on. And I'm just a little concerned at the moment. But I'll be quiet and see what the other board members feel about it. Supervisor Munzer?
Nothing at this time.
Nothing. Supervisor Rivas? Supervisor Medina?
I'm fine with the 10,000, keeping it there. I'm also concerned, I'm looking at the one that you passed in 2010. This is, I have the copy. One of the things I want to make sure is we train and we talk to all of our purchasing agents out there to look in county first. Look, whether it's the city of Hollister or whether it's San Benito County, to purchase local before we go out to other municipalities. But other than that, that's I would like to keep it at 10,000 to make sure we have a pulse on all of our purchasing.
Okay. Let me open up to the public. Anyone from the public? Oh, we do have one. Okay. Christine?
Good morning, Chairman De La Cruz, Supervisor, staff. Christina Chavez-White on behalf of the San Benito County Business Council. I'd like to thank Supervisor Berdina for bringing up the 2010 ordinance on local preference. We had worked really closely with Sarah Fontanos when she was here as a management analyst to ensure that this local preference agreement was included within the county's purchasing manual, and that education and priority was given to local businesses where possible, both to support local business, but also to save our county some money. And also, it's better for the environment, for working with our local businesses versus having them do business continue outside of our county and community. Thank you.
Well, hold on. I'm a little concerned here. I'm sorry. I'm a little lost here. You're talking about local preferences, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think this one's talking about the authority for our CEO to have a higher dollar amount approved before it comes to the board.
And also providing input to staff about revisions and comments on county purchasing.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Was also included in the item. I was just using it as an opportunity to remind our county, et cetera. I know it's been really tough. We had a lot of transition in our staff, and a lot of purchasing agents within different divisions is actually given to assistant purchasing agents. And what Sarah found is that 2010 ordinance wasn't even included in their purchasing manual because, unfortunately, they're still held in paper binders. So it's both in knowledge of what the ordinance states, but also when RFQs are issued, just to let the chamber know, let the business council, HGA know, so we can let our members know.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure
You're
thing.
right, Christine.
Thank you.
And there's the old ordinance if you want to see it.
This is pertaining to local preferences, right?
No, it's the whole purchasing.
The whole purchasing?
Because what it said, it was desired changes to county purchasing ordinances and purchasing manual.
Got it.
That was the manual that
Okay,
I
thank
dug
you.
up.
Supervisor Munzer?
Yeah, I guess I'm not too concerned about the limits that we set. What I'm concerned about is the purchasing manual itself. I think the process that staff has to go through to get a contract approved many times is very difficult, time-consuming, and I think we need to look at our whole procedure for purchases. I know just trying to work with the RMA staff on the CSA's behalf, sometimes it's very difficult to get a light bulb changed, and I think the manual needs to be reviewed.
And it's funny because what you're saying is exactly why we allow the CEO to have this type of dollar limit, is to not bring a approval of a light bulb before the board and just allow Ray to go out there and do the purchase.
But sometimes the contract still has to be written for the CAO to approve it. So anyway.
Thank you. Supervisor Botello?
Yeah, I just, because this item came up for a reason, is that we're very inefficient as far as getting some task done that is contracted. The other day, Supervisor Munzer and I were in a meeting with CSA folks, and the CSA coordinator has contract every time you change a light bulb, literally on a street. And it's a delay. People get frustrated. It's a lot more work for our staff. And I think there needs to be some changes in our purchasing, ordinance. I'm not afraid of changes as we identify areas that need to be changed. And I think that's where what is being asked upon us. And, to the respect of Supervisor Medina, being comfortable keeping it at 10,000, we put it there for a reason. We wanted to maintain control at the board level. And I kind of would like to hear maybe from the CAO, perhaps, some issues why this board should consider it to be raised.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yeah, there are many times we run up against a brick wall. We have to go through, create a staff report. It puts something out. With that, maybe going back to county council, that takes a week. We have to create the staff report. We have to work with outside folks, bring it to county council a week or so prior to the deadline, which is approximately a week and a half, 2 weeks before the agenda, and then review that. So it's a month out. And if we miss any date, it can be a month and a half, 2 months out. And then we have frustrated, your constituents are frustrated because things aren't getting done and timely. So these are just things that we can do to kind of expedite. But I would suggest to the board, and Mr. Chair, if I may, is put this on hold. Let's come back with a better report, really scrutinizing the purchasing ordinance, what we have in our policy, and look at addressing other items, and then just have a dialogue with you and get some input from you. I think that would be the prudent way to go.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Any more discussion?
Just one more point I want to make, and I recall that 2010 ordinance, and the point is to give a little bit of a break to local businesses within reason. And I want to recall it's 10% or 15%.
It's 10%.
It's 10%, and just so it's under, within those parameters. And I don't think we're trying to take that away. I don't believe our staff is insensitive to that. So I don't believe that's changing.
If I may as well, Mr. Chair. And, I know from an administrator's point of view, we are very keen. We really look at what's being spent. We question, I can tell you, many department heads, I'll push things back because there's a limit for them, $3,000. We're not asking to increase that limit. But we're very cognizant of our budget and very mindful of it, but I think it'd be a good dialogue to discuss, I think more the bigger picture and what we can do to be more efficient, I think is important.
Okay, good. Thank you. Good points. We're going to table this to a future meeting. We don't know what the future meeting is, but when it comes back to the agenda, we'll have a healthy discussion on it. Okay, thank you. All right, now, number 52. Louis, receive and approve Waste Connections Landfill Operating Agreement 2017, COLA, period.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, you have the annual COLA increase request. that is before you for your consideration. What's been requested is the 2% COLA increase, and I believe that after discussions with staff and council, that increase is supported by staff. However, I do want to raise one issue with the board at this time, and that is that there has been some data that was requested by the members of the Board of Supervisors, and that data was requested of Waste Connections. We've not received that data, and the reason for that is because Waste Connections has indicated that that is data that's proprietary to the nature of their operations. And so one of the things that I just wanted to make clear to you all is that we did make a very concerted, good faith effort and had a vigorous discussion with them about the need to have that data presented in a public forum. Given the nature of the operations, Waste Connections feels strongly and has a different view of that position. Our view, even though the COLA that's being requested 2%, is something that during the general course of business is recommended, certainly we're not happy about it as staff. So I wanted to bring that to your attention and present it to you for your consideration.
Thank you. Supervisor Botello?
I think
Supervisor Madida.
What data are we speaking of? Can you elaborate on that?
Do you want to speak at length? Kathleen is a lot more involved in the nature of that data, so I'm going to have her speak to that.
That's fine.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. At the last meeting in May, Supervisor Botello, and it was approved by the board to have more information about in-county and out-of-county financial data. And so as a result of the approval by the board, we requested that information from Waste Connections. Waste Connections provided a letter back to us that was included in your packet, and it basically said that that information is, as Louis had said, is proprietary, and if and it's actually information that is more than is allowed per our current landfill agreement.
Would that data change the COLA at all?
The data would not change the COLA, as you can see from the calculation. It's 165.
Right?
Excuse me?
Because it's 2%.
It's 2%. We have, in our current landfill agreement, the minimum is 2%, the maximum is 6%, where the calculation is actually 1.65. We don't anticipate that it would change the actual calculation. It's simply more information.
Okay, so it's information. It doesn't help us with the decision because we were at 2% regardless.
Correct.
Thank you.
And just for one point of clarification, it is fairly standard practice to have this type of information in landfill agreements. It is not in our current landfill agreement. It is one of the things that we're recommending to include as part of the amendment to the landfill action plan that we are developing.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Botello?
Yeah, I was the one that requested that, and thank you, Ms. Gallagher, for pointing that out. And, you know, the 2% might not change, but it's the front numbers that I was interested in. Because, you know, just going to the landfill, and anybody in this county going to the landfill sees the number of outside trucks that are there. And I question the percentage of local versus out-of-county waste. And in any business and I've been in a number of contracts, you got to verify your numbers. This is just numbers that, how do we verify it? And I understand our current contractual obligations at some point in time, maybe not today, not tomorrow, but that needs a change. Yeah. It needs to be verified. It needs to be better numbers. It's just good business. It's good business for Waste Connections. It's good business for the county. Right now, we don't have good business because we don't verify anything. And I'm not happy about it. But I understand where we're at today.
Thank you. Supervisor Munzer?
So when we are enacting a 2% COLA on our in-county
correct
tipping fees, or
it's a 2% COLA adjustment, but the recommendation is to actually not raise our gate fees, but to have it come from Fund 301.
I understand that. Mm-hmm. So, in the contract, is Waste Connection obligated to also attach a COLA fee to the out-of-county?
We have 100% control of in-county. Waste Connections has 100% of out-of-county. So they have, and site managers, Chris Nottenkamper is here to perhaps share more information, but what they do is they do a calculation on out-of-county as well, but they are not required as part of our landfill agreement to state what they actually apply to out-of-county.
So that affects our tipping fee, the amount of money that we get in tipping fees if they do not apply that COLA to the out-of-town.
Correct.
Out-of-county waste. And I think that is one of the reasons we need those kind of numbers.
Yeah, and just to clarify that the, as you know, Supervisor Munzer, part of the landfill action plan that was approved by the Board of Supervisors to not only get more equitable revenue for the county as part of mitigating those out-of-county tons on our county roads, et cetera. One of the other things that we are bringing forward as part of our recommendations is to provide, in the amendment to the landfill operating agreement, audited financial statements for Waste Connections to be bringing those forward because it is not required in the current landfill agreement, but we are proposing to include that in the amendment to the new landfill operating agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Medina?
Yeah, and I agree with everything you're saying on the amended agreement. I'm just referring, once again, to what we're looking at, the data that we have to make a decision on based in front of us.
Right.
And even if, like I was explaining to Supervisor Botello, even if, they're at the lowest level of COLA to begin with, if there was more out-of-town dumping than in-town, we would, or, the percentages change, the COLA would decrease, actually, right? Because we're only charged on the
proportion of
on
our
count.
in-county waste.
In-county.
Correct.
So really, if it was more out-of-town, the COLA, in theory, would be less.
Correct.
But, it's still 2%. That's why I'm looking at it, it's 2%. It says it in the contract, black and white, that we have to adhere to the contract. Just like other contracts that I'm dealing with, it's the same thing. It's black or white, and that's kind of what I'm looking at. But I do want to make sure in the next contract, we do hold them accountable to what we're talking about with the out-of-town, in-town, and making sure that we reap the rewards.
Thank
you. I think that this is a golden opportunity for us to be educated on contracts, specifically with landfills, because they're going to come back to us and they're going to ask for an extension, and all these frustrations and comments that we've been asking and information we'll be asking. All that information should be provided at the next contract.
Amendment, yes.
Amendments.
Because we have a life of site agreement currently.
See, now we're, at our expense, we're learning how to negotiate, how to become better negotiators with them. I mean, that's the way I look at it. True. That consolation, that's what we can say. Supervisor Rivas? No? Okay, let me open up to the public. Close it. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve number 52.
Yeah, 52.
Receive and approve Waste Connections Landfill Operating Agreement 2017 Cost of Living Adjustment.
Is there a second?
Reluctantly, second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Against? Motion carries 5-0. We will take a 5-minute break. the agenda is the Resource Management Agency receive a status report from the Resource Management Agency. Number 54.
Yeah, yeah.
No, 54.
Yeah, Mr.
I'm sorry, 53 we're going to move to the afternoon session.
Yeah, both 40, 48, and 53 will be in the afternoon, and then we'll be hearing 54 first. We have Larry Perlin here, RMA, to give you a status update in the office. I know your board's been asking for a status update as well as administration. So, Larry?
Oops, wrong one. Where'd mine go?
This is third one down right
Where'd it go?
No, it's just this.
Here you go. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. At one of your recent meetings, I indicated that it was our intent at RMA that we would come to you on a quarterly basis and provide you with a report on some of the highlights and the activities that are occurring at RMA as we transition from where we were when James Walgren and I first came on board to where we're headed. So James and I have been on site now for roughly 3 months, so a quarter has passed, and it dovetails nicely into the timing-wise into your budget process. So some of what I'll be discussing here with you in this report will carry over into the afternoon session. Oops. So, just to take a brief look back at what the RMA was, the condition that existed at the RMA when we were brought on board back in March. Probably more than anything that was apparent to us was the number of staffing vacancies that existed. I mean, the staff, both at the RMA offices as well as staffing at the courtyard, just had numerous vacant positions that made it difficult to keep up with the workload. And as a result of that, there was a lot of frustration amongst the staff that was still at RMA, as well as with the public and the customers that we serve. So, dealing with the staffing vacancy issue was probably the number one priority that we set out. There were collaboration and coordination issues. So the RMA was created not too long ago. It combined various departments in the county that previously were operating independently from one another, and essentially what happened was the departments were sort of co-located under a single roof, but there didn't seem to be much work that had been done and much progress that had been made in order to sort of get these various departments to coordinate and collaborate better with one another. So there were a number of issues that we identified there that we've been working on. Employee morale was pretty low because of the turnover of staff, the number of vacancies, and really lack of leadership in the agency. As I mentioned, the customers that we serve were extremely frustrated. Many that were trying to just process routine applications, just trying to get answers and information, couldn't reach staff. They would come to the counter. There would be no staff there to serve them. They would be told to come back on another day. And I know that most of you have probably heard from constituents of yours about that. There also, is a lack of documented policies and procedures. Different staff, do different things. There's no sort of single source document to fall back on to sort of understand how something should be done. And so the lack of policies and procedures is something that will be a continuing work in progress as we move forward. And then lastly, I just mentioned records management. Very difficult to find things at the RMA. Some of that had to do with when the staff and the different departments moved into the new facility out there on Technology Drive. Maybe there wasn't adequate time to sort of set up proper filing systems and records management systems, but it just was very difficult to get basic information when you asked for it. And records management is something that we will be focusing on also as we go forward. This was the organization that we inherited. This was the organization chart, at least as we were explained, was the most current version. And I think this was something that the board maybe saw back in February. And it was, I think, it was a good attempt at beginning to try to create an organizational structure for this new agency. But because of staffing turnover and other reasons, this never really was put into place. But this is what we started with. And I'll come back to maybe what we're looking at going forward. Insofar as some of what we've accomplished over the first couple of months that we've been on the job, we have stabilized the staffing situation in the planning and the building divisions. This is the front counter staff, the staff that handles applications, the staff that processes the applications and shepherds them through the process. As well as building staff that deals with inspections and issuing permits. So we did this primarily by bringing in contract staff. That was the quickest and most efficient way to get staffing on board. Eventually, the plan is to recruit and retain permanent staff for the vacant positions that do exist, and we do have several recruitments that are underway at this time. And some positions that have been filled. We've implemented a senior staff meetings. So the lead of each of the divisions within the RMA will now be meeting probably twice a month. We've determined a schedule for when we think it would be most effective for us to meet. And this begins to open up the lines of communication across the different silos within the department and allow for a consistent message to flow through the department from the top on down through the division heads. So we had our first senior staff meeting last week. It was well attended. I think we had good discussion, and I think the staff that was there appreciates that we will now be having these meetings, and we'll be looking forward to future meetings. We've also implemented a program of cross-training of staff. So the idea here is that if a particular staff person is out of the office, on a vacation, sick, maybe had to go to an appointment, there is somebody in the office that can backfill for that person. So if somebody does come to the counter and needs to speak with someone or get some information, we don't tell them that the person you need to see is not here, you'll have to come back. We will have somebody that will fill in and be able to provide that information, and it would be transparent to the customer. A number of dormant projects and applications, I call them dormant, but applications that have been more or less gone inactive for one of many reasons have now been reactivated as a result of bringing staff on board and getting some of these positions filled. So along with that, there have been a number of meetings that have been held with property owners and applicants, and these applications are now beginning to make their way through the process again. So that's a good thing. We've also, along those lines, reactivated the interagency coordination meetings. So this is something that planning staff takes the lead on when an application comes in and gets routed out to different departments outside the RMA. So it could be the fire department, it could be a water district, it could be the environmental health department. The representatives from those agencies will now come to the RMA once a month and sit down and be prepared to discuss issues of concern and conditions that they may want to see imposed on applications that have been submitted. This interagency coordination has not occurred for some time, but we are reconstituting that. We have a new software application and permit tracking software, Excella. I know you probably have all heard of it. That we are building the system as we speak. Next Monday, there will be consultants that will be down working with the RMA staff at our offices to gather up the final information and documentation that's necessary to build out the database. And we hope that we will be able to launch that within the next within the next 60 to 90 days. And when this new system is launched, it will be a vast improvement over the existing system. It will allow applicants to communicate with staff online. They will be able to track the progress of their applications. They'll be able to know who has reviewed them, who has yet to review them. On the building side, they'll be able to submit certain permit applications online. They'll be able to request inspections. They'll be able to track the inspections. And so there'll be a lot less need for customers having to come into the office in order to conduct business. They'll be able to get the information they're looking for and be able to transact what they're trying to do online through the Excella system. There's been progress made on multiple capital projects. I won't go into much detail on this. I think at the previous meeting, when we gave a report on all the roads and bridge projects, you should be now beginning to see the progress that's being made on many projects that just have stalled out over the years, and we're just kind of lying dormant. So we have gotten all these projects back on track. Fortunately, we've not lost any of the federal or state funding that was obligated for those projects. And I will say that the action that you took earlier this morning to approve those 22 on-call service contracts is really huge in terms of going forward, being much more efficient in getting capital projects completed. So that was a really important action that you took earlier this morning that will pay, I think, many dividends down the road. Countywide pothole repairs. The roads took a beating this past winter, and the crew out at the yard has been working very hard, doing a yeoman's job, trying to repair potholes around the county. Additionally, some of that work has been done by outside contractors, but there's been a significant effort made to try to deal with some of these problems. CSA issues. This is something that has...
Hey, Paul, we got a question.
Yes.
Larry,
sorry.
Has there been any evaluation on the repairs that the outside contractors did compared to what road crews do? Which one's holding up better? Or is it too soon for that?
It's too soon, but that is something that we've talked about, and we want to maybe identify some test locations that we can compare and see how things hold up over time. Yeah, it's a good question, though, to see how the work that we do in-house compares with the work that we get from an outside contractor. CSA issues, there are many of them, and as you well know, and we're beginning to catalog all of the outstanding issues and concerns within the various CSAs. We have begun to address some of those. Going forward, a suggestion, a very good suggestion, was made that we perhaps consider some sort of a CSA advisory committee where there could be like a representative from each CSA that could meet with RMA staff on a either quarterly or semi-annual basis to discuss what issues and concerns there are, and to begin to build better dialogue between county staff and the CSAs. There also are some staffing issues related to CSAs that I can get into in a moment, and then we can talk a little bit more about later this afternoon when we deal with the budget. And then lastly, improvements to internal controls. This was an effort that was launched by the auditor's office, but there has been staff from the auditor's office that has been working pretty much the entire time that we've been on the job at the RMA to really take a look at the internal control processes that we have for handling financial transactions, just cash management, how invoices are sent out, how invoices are paid. So all of the sort of the financial side of the RMA has been thoroughly looked at by the staff from the auditor's office. There's been a report prepared with a number of recommendations in it, and we've looked at that, and I think agree with just about all of them. And we'll be, as we go forward, working to to implement those and essentially institutionalize them into the everyday work practices of the RMA. So that's some of what we've done in the first couple of months that we've been here. The main thing really being...
We've got another question here.
Yeah, speaking of the internal controls and that, talking about the contracts, that kind of leads into when you and James came on board, it was a mess. And the internal controls is about the money. And today, would you characterize it? Kind of a direct question. Are we pretty much caught up as far as, with our vendors and also with the invoicing for reimbursements?
I would say that invoicing for reimbursements, we are pretty well caught up. Invoicing, the invoices from vendors, I think we are in a much better position today than we were 3 months ago. There still, I know, are some invoices that are, I'll say, are aged that need to be paid. We've identified those, and those are being processed, and I would say that we will be caught up here very soon on all outstanding accounts payable.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
So this is a this is an alternative version of what the RMA organization could look like. It's pretty simple. It just identifies the the different divisions that exist within the RMA and how they would all report up through the RMA director. So there's an administrative services division. You could call it a business office, the financial office, the administrative office, whatever. But it's it's all the administrative and accounting and financial functions and personnel related functions that occur at RMA. Environmental services would involve integrated waste management. The marijuana, the cannabis, ordinance, when that ultimately is adopted, assuming it gets adopted, if there is responsibilities that will fall on the RMA, that could be handled through the environmental services. Engineering and construction services is exactly what it implies. It's the design and construction of capital projects. Maintenance services is what is run out of the courtyard, and then you have planning services and you have building services. And I think what James and I have given a lot of thought to is, if you compare this with the previous version of the org chart, is we think the organizational structure can be simplified, and we think it can be flattened. And we think that with each one of these divisions, there will be somebody at the head of that division. That would be what I would call the senior staff of the RMA. So when I alluded to senior staff meetings, it would be the heads of each of these divisions that would be the senior staff of the RMA that would meet with the RMA director. But we think that by flattening the organization, eliminating some of the management positions that were previously proposed, and instead, sort of focusing on really the frontline staff and the staff that is, down in the trenches getting the work done. That's really where the priority needs to be placed. And so, behind this, I have a full staffing plan. I didn't think it was appropriate to include that with this presentation. We can get into that more this afternoon, but it looks like, at least from my cut at it, that we can maintain essentially the same headcount within the RMA for the same or maybe less cost than what currently is budgeted, and will provide a better allocation of staffing resources for the work that needs to get done than what the prior organization chart, I think, envisioned. And so through a number of reclassifications, elimination of certain positions, there's a couple of new positions that we would be proposing, but we think that we can build a staffing structure that really will meet the needs of the RMA going forward. And that's pretty much it. Just try to give you sort of the really the high level summary of the activity of the first 3 months. We'll work on this report for the next quarterly update and just try to improve on this going forward. But that's sort of in a snapshot what's been accomplished over the last couple of months and what we envision that we will be focusing on as we move forward over the next several months.
Thank you. Supervisor Rivas? Supervisor Medina?
Yes. I've been probably the biggest pain in anyone's rear when it comes to the RMA department. And I do want to thank you for everything you've done in the last couple of months. I've seen a change over there. I just want everybody to understand that changes don't happen overnight. It takes a while. We came into this position over a long period of time. It didn't happen overnight where we ended up at. So expecting someone to come in and change it tomorrow like I want it is not reality. So I do want to thank you for what you've done, and I know there's still a lot more to do. And once again, I have all faith in what you will do. You will bring back that department to where it should be. It will be filled by county employees when everything is said and done. And once again, I just want to thank you and your coworkers on what you're doing over there.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Patello?
Yeah, I agree with Supervisor Medina. It doesn't happen overnight, and in fairness to everybody that's down there, when we created the Resource Management Agency, we didn't have an organization to begin with, and it was probably a mission impossible task for the person that we put down there. But I feel we're making some headway now. It's going to take some more time. This was a good general discussion, and realistically, we have to look at how this organizational chart flows with the RMA director, but then what falls below it, and how we're going to allocate resources to different tasks. And it's I certainly think that there's we're a small county. There's a be a balance of county employees, and eventually we'll be putting in county employees as we can, but then we're pretty reliant on contracts right now to kind of get us caught up and keep the wheels spinning, that is something that in future months and future presentations, I'm interested in hearing the logic of what should be contracted and what should be hopefully filled with permanent county employees. Because the way I kind of I have on my notes here, the pothole repair, that's a storm that's coming again next year. The roads are not going to be better. They'll be a little bit worse, and we have a winter that's similar. We expect the same results. We have a little bit more relief coming from Sacramento, from SB1. We'll talk about later, I'm sure. But still, it's not a cure everything. And we do have servicing problems with the CSAs as far as being timely. And there's a lot of work out there that has not been done for a lot of years because of lack of staffing and just lack of field supervision. Are we better off in some areas contracting some work out and having our guys emphasize on preventative maintenance, or are we better off adding more road crews? And that's kind of what I think, Larry, you're probably be working on.
Yeah,
so I appreciate that.
Yeah, and if I could just to digress for a moment, because my ears perked up when you were having the discussion earlier about, I think, the purchasing policies or the purchasing manual, and you brought up the issue about, just to get a light bulb change, we got to go through the process of getting a contract in place. Well, I don't believe it has to be that way, and I'm going to be advocating, as hard as I can that it not be that way. And really what I think needs to be put into place is not unlike what you approved earlier this morning with all those engineering contracts, those on-call contracts. We should have on-call contracts in place for electricians, plumbers, mechanical people, painters, roofers. We can catalog all the kind of work that that occurs within the CSAs, and then we should be able to go out and get firms pre-qualified and under contract to do that work. And then when something comes up that has to be done, we pick up the phone, we get a price, pick the best price, and say issue a work order and go to it. And we don't have to be going through the whole procurement process every time something is happening within an RMA. That's just an extremely inefficient way to be managing them. So that's something that we want to be working on as we go forward.
Supervisor Munzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Larry, I want to thank you and James for what you've done. I also want you to be able to relay the message to staff that I want to thank them for stepping up to the plate and really trying to pull together that department out there. It is in a much better place than it was 3 months ago. I had the pleasure of actually attending one of your senior staff meetings, and I found it very enlightening. I was impressed with the ideas that was being discussed in the roundtable, and I'll probably put you on the spot, but I would recommend that you make that invitation to this full board, that at different meetings have a different board member there, because I think it's enlightening to see how that department is progressing and they're working together out there.
Yeah, we can I'd be happy to notify you of when those meetings are.
Yeah,
and
welcome. It's just, like I said, I see a world of difference out there in this short 3-month time, and I'm encouraged by the way we're going.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
My only question is, and I'll ask staff and you and every other contractor we hire, is I want to make sure we have an exit plan where we have staff on board and we no longer need your services. That's the only comments I want to say.
Okay.
He said no. Okay. Let me open up to the public. He's last. He's last.
Feel free to stay, Larry. I won't be too long. Supervisors, again, Christina Chavez Wyatt, this time on behalf of the EDC. I would like to say Larry and the work at Four Leaf has been doing some amazing work with momentum, and that's why it's so critical that we have the right permanent RMA director in place as soon as possible to help carry that momentum, put these good policies in place, continue to empower and provide the right tools to our staff. And that being said, we also have our general plan that we approved 2 years ago, and the Board of Supervisors identified 2 priorities at that time. One is affordable housing, and 2 is economic development. And since the EDC has taken the lead to develop what's called a comprehensive economic development strategy, with the support of some funding from the Board of Supervisors, which is providing short and long-term goals from 2017 to 2022. And the first item on the implementation of the economic development element of the general plan is actually having this, what's called a SEDS in place, which will allow us to go to the EDA and the USDA for federal funding for economic development, housing, et cetera, by having this plan. And I'm hoping we can work with staff to have the draft plan on the agenda sometime this summer, as soon as August, because the draft is currently complete. We're doing some revisions with some input that we received, some support of our community-wide stakeholder committee, and also I met last week with Jimmy Panetta's staff and former Congressmember Sam Farr. Some top priorities that have been identified in the plan for the first 12 months, including the funding of economic development contractor or staff to assist with the programs, to help enhance collaboration between the city and the county and the business organizations. The number 1 is to support existing businesses to grow jobs here locally by growing and supporting our existing businesses. Number 2 is permit streamlining and customer service within our whole community, et cetera, letting people know that we're open for business. And that being said, the next piece is to do some investment attraction and marketing based on the goals, the type of businesses, the type of housing, the type of investment we'd like to see in our community. And finally, pursuing the development of a comprehensive marketing strategy for our community. And all this, within this plan, we have what are called SMART goals to ensure that we have metrics and accountability based in all of these, because we can't tell if we're doing a good job unless we have numbers behind it. And we want to decrease our unemployment rate, which unfortunately is still at about 7.2%. As well as to have job creation numbers, which we can work with our Health and Human Services Workforce Development Board to continue gathering that data. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public? No, close it. Ray, wrap it up.
Yeah, I just wanted to also reiterate my gratitude and thanks to James and Larry, as well as staff, administration staff, accounting staff, as well as RMA. We've had Joe Paul's organization over there, I mean, as Larry mentioned, full-time, so he's been out there working with them. But not only, one individual, but quite a few other individuals from that office have been out there. Melinda has spent a lot of time out there as well, and Louie's really spearheaded trying to move forward with the Arcella system and other systems that are out there and integrating our New World system into that environment. So there's been a lot of work over the last few months, 3 months, with RMA and staff, and it's been a delight to see the progress made. In addition to that, we do have the position open. The RMA director position is open. It's in NeoGov, and we have been receiving resumes and applications. So the HR is obviously moving through that process as well. I just want to make sure that the board is aware of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for the public for attending today's meeting in the morning so far. Now we will go to closed session. We will have lunch, and we'll work through lunch. And County Council, you want to report what we're going to discuss in closed session?
Item 56, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to subdivision D4 of Government Code, section 54956.9. Number of cases, 1. Closed session, legal counsel, existing litigation is number 57, subdivisions A and D1 of section 54956.9, name of case Award Homes versus County of San Benito, City of Hollister, Superior Court of California, County of San Benito, case number CU 15-00099. Closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivisions D2, E2 of Government Code 54956.9, number of cases 1, facts and circumstances justifying closed session, potential of additional litigation regarding master tax agreement currently being litigated in the Award Home case and the BMC Promise Way case. 59, closed session, public employee performance evaluation, titles, County Council, Government Code 54957. Number 60 is closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, subdivisions A1, D1 of 54956.9. Name of case, County of San Benito versus Richard Scalioli, Superior Court of California, County of San Benito, case number CU 16-00007. 61 is closed session, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representatives, Allison Hayek, Ray Espinoza, Joe Paul Gonzalez, Melinda Casillas, Georgia Cochran, Steve Coffey. Actually, Allison will not be participating today. Employee organizations or institutions association, law enforcement management employees group, SEIU Local 521, SEIU Local 2015, Deputy Sheriff's Association, confidential management, appointed department heads, unrepresented employees. 62 is conference with real property negotiator, APN 020-320-027, Hollister, California. Agency negotiators Adam Goldstone, Capital Programs Manager James Walgren, Larry Perlin, Interim Resource Management Agency Directors Ray Espinoza, Joe Paul Gonzalez, Barbara Thompson, and Shirley Murphy. Negotiating parties, Sunny Flores, Executive Director, Community Services Development Corporation. Under negotiation is price and terms of payment pursuant to 54956.8.
Anyone from the public wish to discuss any of these things? None?
Mr. Chair, I would like to announce that I'm going to be recusing myself from item number 60.
Number 60, so noted. Just for the public information, we'll work through closed session, through lunch, and a little bit after. We don't know what time we get out, but we do have a 1:30 hearing from Tom, and we'll get back around that time. Let's go. All right, County Council?
There was no reportable action.
All right, thank you. So now we'll go back to regular session, and we're going to entertain 55 first. Tom?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. We have several compatible use applications and one division request. There's a detailed staff report in your packet. The first is a compatible use request. PW Ranch is the landowner. PG&E is the applicant. This is a ag preserve of 890 acres under contract number 1013. It's a cattle ranch located 14 miles southeast of on Piscinas on Panoche Road. The applicant, PG&E, wishes to construct a new telecommunications facility on Calm Mountain. It's a 100-foot tower. It's a 40 by 60-foot enclosure. Our county ordinance allows communication facilities. In this situation, it's going to be 2,400 square feet of ground taken up, and your committee recommended approval of this compatible use request. I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from the fellow supervisors? None? Let me open up to the public. Anyone from the public? None? I'll close it. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll make a motion, direct staff return to a future meeting with the findings that this request meets the criteria of San County Code 1901- and 23B5 and F of the California Code 5123.8.1, that the Agricultural Preserve Committee Advisory Committee recommends the Board of Supervisors approve this compatible use request based on the findings and conditions on the approval set forth in the San County Code, as I stated earlier, in the California Code.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next compatible use is Swank. This is a ag preserve of 56.8 acres, contract number 7814. Land is used for row crop and cherry orchard. It's located off of Cuesta Pace Road and Churchill Road, 7 miles north of Hollister. The applicant is requesting to use the wooded area that is not farmable ground, approximately 2 to 3 acres, for part of their new haunted attraction. In 2017, the applicant lost their lease on San Felipe Road for their corn maze haunted attraction. In 2016, they purchased 21 acres next to the 56.8 acres that's non-Williamson Act ground. So the majority of the attraction will be on the 21 acres of non-LCA land. Our county ordinance allows for recreational outdoor games. And in this situation, the ground's going to be 2 to 3 acres. It's not farmable ground, and your committee recommended approval of this compatible use request.
Any questions from the board? Okay, let me open up to the public. Anyone from the public? None? What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll make a motion to direct staff to return at a future meeting with the findings that this request meets the criteria of the San Bernardino County Code 19.01.023 B, 2, and F, and California Government Code 51238.1, and that the Agricultural Preserve Advisory Committee recommends the Board of Supervisors approve this compatible use request based on the findings and conditions of the approval set forth in San Bernardino County Code 19.01.023 B, 2, and F, and California Government Code 51238.1.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next one we have is a division request. This is Hanch and Ranch LLC and Las Aguilas LLC. This preserves roughly 653 acres, contract number 7515, and they had an enclosure enlargement in 1977. It's part of a larger cattle ranch. It's 20 miles east of Hollister, next to the Merced County line. So they're requesting to take the 653 acres and divide it into two preserves of 400 acres and roughly 253 acres. It meets our minimum acres requirements of 160 and our minimum income requirements of $3,500 annual gross income. And the committee recommended approval of this division request.
Questions of the board? Public? What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll make the motion to direct staff to return at a future meeting with the finding that this division meets the criteria of the San Benito County Code 19.01.021, B2 and D1, and that the Agricultural Preserve Advisory Committee recommended the Board Supervisor approve this division request based on the findings and conditions of approval set forth in San Benito County Code 19.01.021, B2 and D1.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries 5-0.
And the last item was a committee request at the last meeting we had, November 3rd, 2016. They asked me to come back with some recommendations on expanding our compatible use list as one of the items. And we did come back with some recommendations, and I'll read you the recommendations to expand the list. We wanted to add event center, wineries, small solar projects for operation of a farm or ranch, vegetable processing plant, meat processing plant, and an airplane runway strip for landowners' use, non-commercial use. So the committee recommended that you go ahead and approve these 6 items to expand the compatible use list. And these items have been previously approved at prior meetings. So,
is this going to circumvent the process?
no, this will actually help the process.
Okay, questions of the board? Supervisor Bunzers?
So, Tom, in individual instances, we've already approved all these uses
Yes.
on particular pieces of property under the,
Yes.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Botello?
Yeah, on the event center, we're just talking something like, like the Law Ranch has, or
Exactly. Piscinas Ranch. I think there was one other one that we've done in the past. But, they're coming up, I think, more and more. So we just want to get them on the books as a specific item.
Is there any measurement on the footprint of a preserve that these type of complexes would have?
Well, it's usually on a case-by-case basis, and usually they're already pre-existing, but we would take each application on its own merit.
Okay. And the only other question I have, which I don't know, planning, meat processing, are we talking about a slaughterhouse, or is it kind of compatible with our current land use?
Well, we did
provisions
approve a meat processing plant at the Piscinas Ranch, but it never happened. But so
Right.
yeah, it would go along with the with the ranch.
I guess there's other areas that were in the planning process that would be kind of vetted out.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Tom.
Yes.
Yeah, I just have some concerns or reservations. Like events, if you have an event that's going to bring in 400 people, there might be some traffic issues, some safety issues. How those things are going to get addressed?
Well, I think that would be all probably part of the use permit process when they go to building and planning, and the traffic and the size and so forth.
Well, I know for a fact there's been some events that didn't get permits and had 300-400 people, and neighbors were complaining about certain events.
I don't know if
And I know that's not within your department. I
I don't know if that was in Williamson Act land or just, but yeah, usually they need to get permits. But if they don't, that's a different issue.
Okay, thank you. Let me open it to the public. Anyone from the public? Let me close it. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll move to accept the committee's request.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, and the last item was on Williamson Act divisions, and they requested staff to come back with a recommendation where there's more than one structure on the property. And we looked over the income requirements, the acreage requirements, housing and so forth, all the dwelling units that are allowable. And basically we came back with just leave it as is, so they really didn't have any recommendation on this particular item.
Okay. Thank you. So you need no action from the
No
board?
action.
Okay. So that concludes your report.
That concludes the report.
All right. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
All right. Now we'll go to the regular Board of Supervisors, go to item 48. Whole discussion pertaining to the possible use of SB1 funds for the purchase of road maintenance and repair equipment and receive a report from San Benito County Roads from RMA. Louis?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. This item surged from a request or I should say an issue that was discussed during the intergovernmental committee meetings. The discussion regarding the use of how SB funds could be utilized. There was a discussion between the members of the City of Hollister and County of San Benito representatives about possibly combining efforts to use that money. The suggestion staff provided at that time was to perhaps consider using some of these monies for the purchase of equipment to effectuate road maintenance and repairs of various kinds. And at the time, we were not certain what percentage, if any, of those funds could be used or utilized to purchase equipment. So I believe that information was researched, and a certain percentage of that money could be used for equipment. However, that was an issue that needed to be discussed by the board and further fleshed out. So it's before you for your consideration. The second piece of that will be provided by the RMA department in terms of a roads update in addition to what was discussed before. But I believe 30 to 40% of the SB1 funds that are available could be used. I'm not sure beyond that what those parameters would be.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Moser, you want to let the intergovernmental committee speak first?
Okay.
Yeah, as Louis said, that this was a discussion at intergovernment about working together, pooling money to either repair roads together or purchase equipment. At this point, since we're getting so little in SB1 monies the first time, it's maybe a little bit premature discussion. There are a few roads where they're both cities on one side, counties on the other side. We could probably pool money there and repair those roads at the same time. But I think we're a little premature in discussing whether we're going to purchase equipment or not with SB1s.
Thank you, Supervisor. And my comments to my comments to the intergovernmental committee was that definitely we'll take it back to the board and ask them for their input. But my position was that the board needed to first issue a policy among itself to see how to use those SB1 money first before we could start talking about partnerships with the City of Hollister. So that was my comments to that subject matter. Ray?
Yeah, so we have two county employees to provide some more additional feedback. We have Joe Paul Gonzalez, our auditor here, that I'd like to have come up and present, as well as Jim Pulfer on the roads itself. But for clarity for the board as well as for the public, there's projections from SB1 that this next year, fiscal year 17-18, we'll be receiving $660,000. 2018-19 fiscal year, $1.69 million. 19-20, $2.4 million, and 2021, $2.68 million. So as you can see, that there is an escalation of funding, but it's not, a tremendous amount of money, especially when we have a $398 million road problem. So just want to make sure the board is aware of that. And I'd like to invite Joe Paul Gonzalez up to...
hold on, Ray. Can you repeat that number again?
Oh, yeah. Which one?
Short?
All of them?
No, the 390.
Oh, $398 million. $398 million. Yeah, we had a road study to address our roads and get them up to a PCI level that.
If we were to fix the roads today, that's how much it costs, and it doesn't include the increased cost of doing business, right? The inflation.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Joe Paul.
Chair, Board of Supervisors. Kind of the long and the short of the SB1 kind of investigation of what are the potentials for securitizing those revenues to be able to, get upfront money to be able to do, a large project or several large projects, is that that funding source will still require the county to be able to put up collateral. So if we wanted to get a $20 million, bond, we still would have to have $20 million worth of collateral to post against that bond. This is, this is some work that I did with CSAC and with our financial advisor, David Leifer. So that's kind of, it limits the county's ability to, go out and actually try to get, securitize this funding source to be able to, issue debt. And that's just the status of the way that is.
All right, thank you, Joe. Any comments from the board? None? Ray, you still have none?
No, I'm good.
Okay, let me open up to the public. Anyone from the public on SB1? Then I'll close it. So that was more a report, right? Or do we still have a
Well, we do have a county road presentation. We've invited Jim Pulfer as well as James Walgreen to provide a little bit more information regarding roads and kind of where we stand. And when we get into the budget conversation, our next item, we may want to look at, is $660,000 enough for next year, or do we want to do something a little different?
Got it.
This is a little scenario using $650,000 budget scenario based upon a program called Street Saver and our pavement management system. Street Saver draws from bid openings and bid item costs from many different areas in this region to compare the prices of reconstruction or the work to be done. I've checked it against bids that have opened, and these prices are within 1% of projects that I'm absolutely familiar with. So it's pretty close. So for $650,000 for the year 2017, we can get approximately 2.5 miles worth of road repaired. The roads in San Benito County are in need of repair. Our average PCI for our local roads are at 35. Anything under 30 is considered a failure. The road has failed. The estimate is $398 million, actually, to repair all the roads. It would take approximately $16 million a year just to maintain the current PCI, just to maintain our current road standard. You go through here. Based upon that $650,000 per year, you can see that our PCI still is, we're not gaining any ground on it. We're still going down. Each year we get a little bump in the quality of our roads, but overall we are still declining and not being able to keep up with the demand. The next scenario was $1.3 million and over a 5-year period. Again, we don't get a lot for that. It's pretty expensive to fix roads, especially some of the more severely damaged ones. And going on with that one, we do a little bit better on gaining on our PCI, but as you can see, we're still falling well below the minimum standard. If you carry that out for 20 years at that rate, this is what your PCI looks like at $1.3 million per year. Now, of course, funding changes, and there's a little bit of a misnomer because you will gain on it. It just is going to take some time. This program works on algorithms, and it can't read the desire and the wants of the community and the board, so it gives you your best bang for your buck based upon its algorithms. If you spend 2.8, this is what you get in your PCI. We're still barely spending on it. It takes, as I said, it takes about $16 million per year to maintain our streets in our current condition, just to keep up with the failings that are happening.
You're talking about roads that maybe 3 or 4 cars go through, right?
No. This program is basically, if you look at some of these roads that we ran here, if you go to the beginning, we got San Benito Street, all the way up to the very beginning. We got McGladrey, Southside, San Felipe, and Nash. Those are here around town. Those are highly traveled road, and they are very significant to the community. Just those 4 improvement projects would cost about $600,000. And it wouldn't cover that much. You see the length there on McGladdery is 3,600 feet. South side is 1,100. San Felipe, 3,100. And then Nash is 380 feet. These would require light rehab or heavy maintenance. Light rehab means we'd have to actually reconstruct the structural section of the road. Maybe not full depth reconstruction, but a minimal mill, grind, and repair. Heavy maintenance would be an overlay. And as you can see, it's how you want to spend it. This program will run many scenarios, so it's most likely what the board would find what would be most important in a community. We can make all kinds of recommendations based upon these algorithms.
But
Without
it's a
any
board
questions
policy.
you have, it's not good news. I'm sorry.
But the board will make a policy on
Yes.
which roads to put the top of the list.
Yeah, we spoke before about we want to come to the board with a 5-year improvement plan, road improvement plan. And this is the initial introduction to that, where we will give a list of roads that will fit within that budget, and the board will determine that plan. Over the period of that 5 years, we can return, of course, and the board can amend it as necessary. And then that would be how we are directed to go forth and repair and reconstruct roads as necessary, as directed.
So that money really doesn't help us much. Jerry.
Supervisor Munzer is looking for Pinoch Road.
Well, I'm actually looking for my roads. I'll be honest. I'll be a little prejudiced here. I'm looking for my roads.
The way the program is written is that it tries to get the most bang for your buck based upon the parameters you set into it. This has an interest in inflation built into it, and it also has how much you want to weight the money spent, how much towards rehab, how much towards maintenance. The goal would be to keep the roads that are well, from getting any worse, and then the ones that are real important to the community in the way of annual daily traffic, how much cars they carry, we need to get those back up into speed.
Questions, Supervisor Patello?
Yeah, well, we just have to increase our revenue sources besides SB1. SB1 clearly is not going to be the answer, and we just need to work on other streams of revenue. And I think there's roads out there that we could probably address in sections. Nash Road looks like it's a shorter section. I don't know what type of science that was used, whether it's just from the county to the city limit line for the length of the road or to the bridge. But for Cole Road, for example, there's a stretch of about, I would say, 0.2 of a mile, maybe less than that. Maybe it's just here to the courthouse of a section that's really, really bad. And if we just address that, then the rest of the road probably holds its own. And I think it's important to have a report like this, a spending plan, but then we also have to have some money probably in reserve or something in the background that we address roads that just failed because of weather or conditions that were unforeseen, similar to the Canyon Road, for example, this last winter.
The storms, the winter that we did have did bring projects on that we would not have probably thought of doing immediately. Lover's Lane being one of them, and other damage to Cienega and so forth. And yes, the reserve would be appropriate for those conditions.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from the board?
I would make a suggestion.
No, go ahead.
Is that to try and leverage our funds as much as possible, aggressively go after funding.
Including a potential sales tax.
Including, yes. But to leverage our funds and to go after grants, federal funding, state funding, as aggressively as possible. to partner with any development to try and leverage our road funds with what improvements a developer may need to make along a roadside. Whatever we can partnership we can develop.
So I know it might be a dumb question, but when a development gets approved and those roads impact, those fees for roads, that's not part of this deal, right?
No. That is the $650,000, whatever the revenue source may be.
Got it. Okay. Supervisor Munzer?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Jim, you might have said, and either I didn't hear or I forgot. So $600,000 gets us how many miles of road in this kind of maintenance?
Based upon this, about 2.5.
2.5 miles. Okay. Thank you.
But you're repairing some heavily used roads.
No, I understand. I understand.
A chip seal is about $40,000 a mile.
I was going to ask that question.
Say that again.
A chip seal is about $40,000 a mile.
40,000 per mile.
But the road beneath has got to be sufficient to make that a worthwhile expenditure. So you got to select those carefully, or you're going to buy very little time with that road.
Wasn't there a presentation? Well, there were several presentations in the past that said that, of anything, you should really use the money for chip sealing. Wasn't that correct?
You get a lot of coverage out of chip seals.
You get a lot of coverage.
Seals, yes.
Thank you, Supervisor Munzer.
That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other?
Well, I just wanted to elaborate on what Jim was saying. And your earlier question about what happens with a development that gets approved and has to do some road improvements. The improvements that get done are input into the database. So the database will be updated as developers perform road-related work as conditions of their projects. So they will have an incremental effect on the overall system PCI. But none of that work that developers do is reflected in this. This is really a sort of a budgeting planning tool. And the way the algorithms work is what the program is going to try to force you to spend dollars on roads that are in relatively good shape, roads that are deteriorating at a certain rate, but before they hit that next level of deterioration where it really starts to fall into disrepair quickly, and the resultant work that would need to be done to bring the road back up to a standard is going to be a lot more money. So the program is going to try to force you to spend your money on preventive maintenance. However, if all you do is preventive maintenance, then these other roads that are falling apart are never going to see anything. So that's where you have to either allocate a certain percent, you have to force the program to allocate a certain percentage of the budget towards rehabilitation, or you simply have to make the decision that we want these roads done this year regardless of what the program is going to tell us, and we force that into the output, and then the rest of the whatever's left over will be probably allocated towards the preventive maintenance.
Got it.
If you look at the program on the spreadsheet here, if you look at the spreadsheet on the top, it says year budget and then PM. That's preventive maintenance. So 10% of this was allocated to preventive maintenance. This was heavy towards the rehabilitation side, and you can adjust that number.
Right.
Because
to force the program, you do have to give the program direction on what you're interested in.
So what you guys did is you put the parameters to best practice use of those dollars.
Right,
yes.
But you can adjust those. I mean, you can slice and dice this, 6 ways till Sunday, and any questions you ask about, well, what if we did this, or what if we spent this amount of money, or what if we did this road in 3 years out, or whatever. We can model that for you and bring back the results. So it's a very powerful tool that we can start using as we begin to invest in the road network.
It might be a powerful tool, but it's something that maybe the public doesn't want to hear. In terms of costs.
Oh, well. Yeah. Well, I think the public generally supports road improvement.
I was just curious, so does it auto-populate the roads then for you, so you didn't actually pick these roads?
Right.
No, it automatically.
It automatic, based on your parameters?
Based upon our parameters and what we deem important and how the machine reads it. And so we've ran this several times, and we've gotten some roads that were way out in the boonies that were chosen first because, again, based upon those parameters, it would give us the most bang for our buck under those parameters.
So you just did away with You just did away with Jerry's district.
I was going to say, which boonies are you talking about that you just eliminated the roads?
Beautiful countryside.
We can solve this real easy. Just change the parameters to allow fair distribution to all 5 supervisors' district.
Actually, if you notice on the 1.3 million, yes, there's a chicken in every pot, so to speak.
Yeah. Just fix Wright Road and Buena Vista Road for me. I'm happy. All right, let me open up to the public. Anyone from the public?
Thank you. Marty Richard from Holliston. I recently did a study of the commute data that was left over from the last census. It turns out 49% of the employable people here are commuting, most of them to Santa Clara County. And you're getting about 27% of the people who work in this county actually commute into this county. I think where you should spend your money is on the roads that connect to the interconnecting roads that get people in and out of here. I understand people don't, for instance, Union Road, Fairview Road, Buena Vista, if people are using it to get in and out. Because if you can't get people in and out of here, plus they're paying the majority, their gasoline taxes are going to pay the majority of the money that SB1. Now, when you guys sent a letter supporting SB1, I got up here and I said, you're going to get between $650,000 and $750,000. You booed me off this DS. I was so angry. You told me I was full of it, that you were going to get $3.8 million. I hope you remember that. I got up here and said, you're going to get practically nothing. You're going to get $660,000, and we're going to pay 5 times that because 62% of the money is being kept by the state right off the bat. I'm so angry. I don't know where to go with this. But I can tell you this. You got a really problem developing over on Fairview Road where you're taking 1,000 tons of trash a day and you're not got any money, not a penny for it to work on the roads. And those people are coming in either on Shore Road or they're coming in on Flynn or they're coming in on one or McCluskey or whatever way they're coming in. You know those trucks are just beating the heck out of that road, and we got a ton of commuters who use that road. And you have a problem no matter whether they fix 156 or never fix it, or 25 or never fix it, is you've got to get the people out of the city of Hollister, and I understand this is a county problem, but the city of Hollister's got 35,000 people in it. You got to get the people out of that city onto those roads, and you got to get people coming in on those roads into the city. And that should be your priority, no matter what else you do, because you can't stop the commute. Our commuters bring in, we're up to $1 billion a year they bring in personal income, and they spend it to pay their mortgages. Now, you're going to have a revolt on your hands if you get people stuck on 25 for hours and hours and hours. They've got to work somewhere, and they bought houses that cost $600,000, and you can't make that payment here in this county. So that's what you should do. And as far as the $660,000, I told you so. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Anyone else for the public? Okay, I'll bring it back. Thank you. Ray?
I don't know. Do you have anything else to add? Nope. That's it, and we can discuss the next item. Is going to be our.
It kind of leads into.
It kind of leads into it a little bit.
Yeah. So. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Next item that we'll be discussing will be the last item for today's agenda. It'll be 53, our budget. Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So today I've invited department heads to be here today, as well as obviously the public, to discuss our budget. Today, over the last 3 or 4 years, I think it's our 4th year now, we've actually done a kind of a mock review of the budget, and today we're at that stage. So we will be having budget hearings on June 26th at 9 a.m. And today we're just going to recap all the work we've done over the last 6 months or so. concerning the budget, and Melinda Casillas and Christina have worked really hard on getting to where we're at today, along with our department heads and staff and administration. So with that, Melinda's put together a PowerPoint presentation concerning the recommended budget for 17-18, the preliminary draft, June 13, 2017, and we'll highlight today's agenda. I'm not sure if you can pull that up, Melinda.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. It's here somewhere. Yeah, folder here.
I will go ahead and continue. You do have in front of you, which was just passed out to you, a soft copy, or a hard copy, excuse me, of the PowerPoint presentation of today's agenda. And today we'll be covering the format of budget hearings, so I will be discussing with your board the format, which we've been doing over the last approximately 4 years. We'll also be discussing the recommended one-time items for consideration, and excerpts from the recommended budget, basically a summary section and detailed expenditure sections. And we will discuss timelines with your board and next steps with regards to the budget. So we're almost there. Number one, the second page in your PowerPoint presentation in your handout discusses the format of the agenda. And with that, you will see a document, a 6-page document of our special board meeting. So we can open that up if you don't mind.
Okay.
Can you open up the? Do you have a?
Come over here. Come over here.
Melinda, do you have the soft copy of the actual agenda itself, other than the hard copy?
We will get them.
Well, that's fine. I'll just go ahead and talk to it. So I'm currently right now, Melinda, at item 1, format of agenda. I will go ahead and take that particular item on. So your board, if you can look at this particular item here, this is the agenda format. This is a very similar looking format agenda that you've seen over the years, over the last 4 years. We have on the agenda, very similar to what we just had today in our regular board meeting. We actually have consent agenda items. So those items are mainly subvented funds or funding outside of the general fund. So if there's anything that your board wishes to add to consent, we're more than happy to do that off a regular agenda, or actually pull from consent and put it on regular agenda. We're more than willing to do that. But as you could see here, if you look through this, more or less all of these are subvented funds. They all are. Then in the afternoon, we'll have our public hearing with our capital outlay fund, as we normally do, 40 through 42. The CSAs, road and bridges. This year, I know that we've been working with RMA, and they've been working pretty hard on getting the CSA documentation ready, as well as our capital outlay and our capital improvements program. So I think we'll have a pretty good presentation this year with that. On regular agenda, we will go through the normal process, the normal items that we hear. The general fund, we'll have Board of Supervisors, Clerk of the Board, the CIO's office. One item you'll notice on page 4 of 6, 49, or excuse me, 50 is cannabis. So we are budgeting for that in case there is potential, if we need to move forward with addressing that from a financial point of view. So we've actually funded some money for that. And as you can see, it's pretty similar to what we've had in years past. We will go through the same process where we'll actually have budget deliberations. We will go through the GAN limit, as well as adopting the recommended budget at the end of the hearing. So that's That's the plan. We will have all the schedules. So this is all pretty much similar to what we had last year, and these are all things that we haven't had in years past, especially the schedules. We would have to come back in October and provide those schedules, as well as adopting the recommended budget was a few months down the road. So we're doing it all in a timely fashion so we can move forward with getting staff in and moving forward with operations. So with that, more or less covered item number one, and I go ahead and like to hand it over to Melinda. She'll be discussing item number 2, the recommended one-time items. Melinda?
Okay. Well, let me find that one now.
It's not up on the board.
Right here. Okay, so in your handout, you also have, it's not showing up.
It's not up on the board.
What's that?
Is that what you wanted up on the board?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not on the board. Yeah.
Okay.
It should show up here.
I'm going to ask Nathaniel to come up.
As you'll notice in our budget, we have $150,000 for IT. We're adding into no.
We put in money in the budget for additional computers. So
This reason. All right, let's just take a quick 2-minute break.
What do you have connected to that?
we don't have anything.
Frozen.
Jerry. Show me the mic. Jerry. Actually, Anthony, you have good color coordination today.
That's my wife.
Oh, I should have known.
We know it's not him.
Should have known that. I have the same problem. Who's Robert?
In your packet, and I wanted to give you an itemized listing of some of the things that we're looking for. These are one-time monies that departments have requested either as fixed assets or one-time items. They are, the clerk of the board asked for website projects, county administrator for some furniture and equipment. We're looking at reorganizing the office a little bit. We're out of space like a lot of departments. GIS, a desktop. Human Services wanted to enhance their NeoGov website. The auditor had a scanner, and this item in particular is one of the over $100,000 ERP interface of some voting machines for elections. So I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but I did want to say that there were two vehicles, one for the sheriff and one for the ag commissioner. They totaled about $96,000. Furniture and desks, replacement of old furniture and desks was about $42,000. Technology was around $300,000, and then there was miscellaneous items of about $20,000. So at your leisure, if you'd like to go through all these items, the general fund cost is about $455,000, and then $610,000 is coming from other sources. Again, we just talked about road improvements. The road improvements with the bridges and the roads is about $65,000. Not that we would accomplish all of that in 1 year, but we do budget at the full amount. And then the capital improvements projects is basically just a re-budget of items that we had last year that we were not able to get to this year. Some of them will be accomplished this year, and some of them won't be. However, that's around, we have some carryover items that are going to be about $1.1 million, and then $31 million coming from other sources, for a total of roughly $98 million in capital projects and one-time fixed assets. Okay.
So, Melinda, if the board is in a pickle in terms of balancing the budget, this is one area where we can look at, revisit.
Right.
Thank you.
You'll notice as well on there, we budgeted this year for the dismantling of the old hospital. We actually are going to carry that over to the next year. If we don't get to it, then I don't think we'll have time to get to it this year. So, just as an example, we're carrying those over.
Right. That's roughly $500,000, I believe.
You know, I do remember Supervisor Munzer at a prior conversation that he really wanted to see capital projects that were doable, not something you just put on book and just carry over and over and over. So let's make sure that these are the ones that are actually going to happen, not, this is what we want to happen.
And I believe we've had that conversation with Adam already. We've had a few facility meetings As you'll notice, there's not that many that are being funded this year that are being rolled over
Yeah.
from a funding perspective.
And I don't have it with me right now, but he did give me a listing of what he thought projects that should be accomplished this year. There was quite a few of them on this list that he felt would be accomplished this year, if not within the next year or so. So we did not really add anything new to this project. We added, I believe we added a CIP 5-year plan. I thought we did, perhaps not. And then, so there was really just a rebudget of what we had last year. We did not add anything new to these projects.
Don't these projects require local?
On the roads infrastructure, yes, they do require a local match.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Musser?
So on the schedule of fixed assets one-time items, if we have questions about it, do we ask them today or do we wait till?
You can ask them today.
Today, if you have the question,
Okay, so-
we're more than willing to receive. If you guys look this over and you have some questions tomorrow or during the week, please let us know. We can
Okay,
we'll address
so-
it.
okay. All right.
And then, we have the department heads here as well to answer any questions. That's why I've invited them. It's an open discussion,
Well, I guess the one that jumps out at me right away is this integrated waste management vehicle.
Yeah.
This was actually a carryover from last year. I went ahead and rebudgeted. They requested one last year. As you know, they're without employees pretty much most of last year. So that money is available should they decide that they wish to purchase a vehicle.
Okay, but
I think it was a van for the
recycling person?
recycling.
Oh, okay.
Supervisor Medina?
Just being this is the first budget that I've went through, is this just for us, or can I share this with other people to?
Public record, you can share it with whoever you want.
Thank you. So I can get a group of people together and we can go through this. Okay.
Any questions? Okay. Okay, so there are a couple of items for consideration. Okay. The assessor office had a SCAPA grant for the last couple of years, and the governor did not fund that again this year. However, there's been a lot of work in the assessor's office to assess all the new house building and housing that's going up in the county. And we felt that it was important to continue that progress. And so for approximately $250,000, we felt it was important for the assessor to continue and to keep those positions. We normally, when a grant ends, we normally do away with the positions. And we felt that at least for this coming year, it was important to continue that program and to keep those positions available for him. The Ag Commissioner asked for a renewal of the Trapper program that they had a couple of years ago. It would be roughly $70,000, and it could also generate revenue in the unused gas tax category. The vet service officer, we have a contract with Monterey County, and they have not asked for an increase in that contract for quite a few years, and they asked us to consider adding $15,000 to their funding this year. SB roads, we just discussed those. SB1, we just discussed the road tax that we are expecting roughly $660,000 for fiscal year 17-18, and whether or not the board wanted to provide any matching funds to that. That would come out of general fund revenues, reserves. And then animal control services, we've been working to find options for that service. And so at this point, we've just increased the animal control services for about $50,000. So those are some items that were above and beyond last year that we'd like for you to, for your consideration.
Okay, let's talk about the SB one. Supervisor Botello.
Oh, I go behind the chair, of course.
No. I was actually going to lead to you.
Oh, okay. Oh, thanks. On this sheet here, you know, I'm certainly very supportive of the animal control trapper services. I think it's very, very necessary for even the urban areas of our county. I've seen it work very well. Do we have an idea what the unused gas tax is? Is it about 50% or so?
I'm sorry, Karen, can you want to come to the podium?
Cents on the dollar. So 40 cents on the dollar. So that's be a general.
About 28,000 probably would offset that. It's the
Can you
gas
speak?
tax.
So it's be about 45,000 on the general fund costs.
Right.
And then on the animal control services, you know, it's something I've worked on. Thank you. Are we have that contract in place when we approve this budget? You know, just to avoid the issues that we had last year when, you know, Hollister came in and, oh, by the way, we need X amount more dollars from you folks, and really they're providing a service. Can we have our protection in place before we approve this budget?
We have an amendment that County Council, I believe, expires, was it a 6-month or a 3-month?
No, I think that we did it so it's month to month.
It is month to month.
Right.
So we do have the contract month to month. The City of Hollister, if I'm not mistaken, wanted a 3-year extension, which I did not, we did not want to bring to the board at that point because there were still some data requests that needed to be addressed. But at this point, I think we will likely have that. We'll have to bring something to the board that's a little bit more long-term in order to address that very issue. So, yes, we're going to make an effort to do that to answer your question directly.
Yeah, I certainly want to lock in the price and not have an open checkbook.
Right.
Again, and if it's a duration of a couple of years or 3 years, fine, but they can't come in here and expect us to open up the wallet again.
So theoretically, the trapper services could potentially reduce some of the costs that are involved in that contract. We don't know what that will be. Certainly, we'd have to just go through the budget year and see how it goes. So going forward, we'll have to work that into the analysis of the contract.
Okay. And I think
So
that's
all of these items are currently in the budget. And so any changes, especially in the SB1, SB1, the $660,000 is budgeted in the road fund, and the rest of the items are budgeted in the general fund. So if you choose to keep them, they're in the budget, and if you choose not to keep them, they would come out of the budget.
Hey, Melinda, when are we going to actually get the dollars in our checking account from the state?
I believe it should be around January of 2018.
The 660,000?
For SB1?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can start doing expenditures on that account July 1st of this year?
You can do that.
And then we'll get reimbursed by the state?
And then the state would start.
Well, not reimbursed, but, you know.
Right, providing allocations in January.
Boy, I don't trust the state.
So if you want to take that risk too,
yeah,
right?
I don't trust the state. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions before I open up to the public? Oh no, we still got more presentation, right?
Yeah, there's a little bit more.
Oh, sorry about that.
Before we leave SB1, so I believe I heard sometime today that we spent close to $1 million in road and repairs after the winter rains.
Yeah.
Is that somewhat right?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may, I can comment on that. I have the numbers here. Let me see if I have it here. I'll give you the exact numbers so that way we can put it on record. It's approximately here we go. It's $1,057,041.28. It looks like the expected minimum reimbursement's about $454,950.86, with us actually hiring the consultant, which we brought to your board, to actually go after the remaining pothole repair expenses, which is about $424,000. So there's a good possibility of that. So we're looking at $900,000 of reimbursement, but we've spent about $1 million, a little bit over $1 million.
I'm just wondering if this board would be willing to match SB1 dollar for dollar. And because we saw this SB1's only repairing 2.5 miles of our roads. So it's just to start dealing with the road issues, and even if we match it $1 for dollar, if we have another wet year, it's just going to go into trying to keep up with the potholes from the rainy season, and then we're not pulling it out of contingencies like we're doing now. Anyway, just something for thought.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Medina.
I'm assuming you want to take it out of the reserves?
It would, yes. I'm assuming that's where it would have to come from.
That's what we're bringing to the table. If your board, I know your board has discussed this.
I would definitely stand by you on that.
I have to give it some further consideration.
Yeah, and that's why I'm throwing it out today, so we can think about it between now and the 26th.
Yeah, let's think about it from now to the 26th when we go through our budget process, and then you never know, there might be some other great ideas that we might come up. But your idea, it sounds valid. We'll talk about it on the 26th. Is that okay with the rest of the board members? Yes, Supervisor Batella?
Yeah, so we could fix 4 miles road.
Maybe even 5.
Okay, go ahead, Melinda.
Okay. So in your, also in your packet, you got this big packet with a big binder clip on it. It's basically has all of the departments. Let me just kind of tell you what to be looking for, and then we'll go to the packet. So on the front page of the packet is a summary of the department or the fund, along with the comments that might be relevant to that particular department. It could be things that departments requested and what we ended up recommending. And then the back page is a detail of the expenditures, the service, like salaries, benefits, how much PERS is related to those salaries, communications, computer expenses, that kind of thing. Let's see, we'll go to that packet. This one right here. Okay, I'll let Christina kind of navigate. So we can go through the whole thing if you want, or we can just go through a couple of them, and then you can take the packet with you and review them before the actual budget hearings. We have a couple. We're still working out some of the bugs, but the numbers are pretty good. There's some minor adjustments that we're making. Finish dotting the I's and crossing the T's, and it will be available on the website this Thursday afternoon.
So what you're saying is that this this document is it's a draft form now?
Absolutely. It's a draft format right now.
It would be nice if we would actually put draft or redline it just to make sure, because
let's go back to
I can see people like Marty later.
Let's go to this.
All due respect, Marty. I go, well, you send this document out, and you said this, so it would have been nice if we put draft on it. I understand. In light of that new information, let's just go through one or two samples.
Okay, so
And then we'll wait till the 26th.
Okay, so for example, the first one in your packet would be the non-departmental expenses. The front page has revenue and expenditures. There is not any revenue associated with this particular department, and the expenses come to a total of $3,054,532. There's some comments at the bottom that says we increased legal expenses about $125,000. We will be doing negotiations this year, and so we're anticipating that it'll be about $150,000 for those negotiations. We had to adjust the way that we were doing retirement payouts, and that's in this budget for about $200,000, and we have some rollover and one-time items of about $450,000. So then if you go to the back page, it gives you, this one's a little bit difficult because we can't do all of the details, but this is where we have our general expenses accounting for the whole entire county, SB 90 claims, general fund contributions to other funds. We have MOEs that we have to provide a certain amount of funding to mental health and to human services, health and human services. So all of that and legal expenses, everything that's kind of general to the county doesn't belong in a certain department. This is what this budget is. The next page is general non-departmental revenues. These are revenues that don't belong to any particular department. Things such as property taxes, license and permits, interfund transfers. And so that's for a total of about $25 million. Again, this is the front page. There aren't any expenditures. The expenditures are on the previous department. And then some items that we have, just some comments in here. We have an increase in property tax due to new housing, and we've added PB2 will be paying a little bit of property tax. It's in lieu of a property tax. And we have some, overall, the general fund revenue was down, which we've discussed before. Let's do just one more. The grand jury. Again, there's not any revenue associated with the grand jury, and they have approximately $22,000 in services and supplies. When you see indirect costs right there, positive or negative, this is the cost plan charge that we charge to every department. Most of the time it's positive, but it can be negative if services in general departments have gone down. And so they basically have asked for a laptop and a printer in the last couple of years, so we did budget $1,200 for that. And then on the following page is a detail of expenses that they have, maintenance of equipment or the computer, and then a little bit of office expense, and then most of theirs is travel and meetings. You want me to go through any more?
No, that's
so
good enough.
basically, that's what's in your packet. It's an explanation for every single department and or fund.
And or change from last year. Just words of
Got it. All right. Thank you,
Okay.
Belinda. That concludes your presentation?
I just have one more slide for you. Basically, it's that we will have this on the website by end of business Thursday is what we're looking for. We still have a little bit of adjustments to make, but it'll be relatively the same of what you have in your packet. And then on the Friday prior to the budget hearings, based upon any direction that you provide to us, any changes that you want to make, we'll keep making changes up until the Thursday, Friday before the budget hearings, and then we will put that packet, we will replace the packet that we're putting on to the board on Thursday afternoon. We'll replace it with an updated version so that we can go into budget deliberations on Monday. And then based upon any changes that you have from there, we will make those changes and put the new adopted budget on the website in July. And then the state controller's budget is due to the state controller's office on December 1st, and that will be on the clerk recorder elections auditor website. Any questions?
Questions of the board? None? Okay, let me open it up to the public. Do we have any speaker cards? No. Anyone from the public? None? Okay, I'll close it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will go to closed session. We have one more item in closed session.
You want me to read it again?
Oh, no, we're good, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, can we have one more?
No, we're done. Huh? You got, yeah, one more item in closed session. Yeah, one more item in closed session.